Top of the morning, traders, and happy Tuesday, January 6th, and welcome to the most value-packed live trader show, where we live trade, breakdown charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hopefully, everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled week. We are opening up in prior day's range. We're anticipating a potential choppy day. We got a nice little baby gap to open things up. We're at that G50 daily 50% retrace already. So the big thing is, guys, we're in the jaws of the gaps. Two gaps. That's December 28th. If I said the 29th, 29th, I believe. We'll go back and review it. Yeah, baby gap up there. Good morning. Whatever your plan is, stick to the plan, okay? Stick to the plan. It's going to test. This might frustrate you today, but stick to the plan. We're above that PMH, 688.20. Right out the gate, see if we can hold above it. All right, 688.20 is the PMH. PMH right there. And for those of you who do trade futures, Hero Trader did share an awesome indicator, right? Awesome indicator for you to equate the prices across SPY, SPX, and ES. Right, so that's a good indicator there. So thank you for sharing, Hero. And again, if there's indicators, guys, just share. Right. Share, help your fellow trader. Because when you start to share, help your fellow trader, guess what? More people are going to start sharing as well, okay? Anything to help anyone is worth doing. Because I know a lot of our team was leaning towards the futures. Okay, we're above that PMH right out the gate. Above that PMH right out the gate, so the low-hanging fruit setup, of course, is the test of that PMH as we approach that 50% retrace of the December 29th gap. The VIX just fell off a cliff. Qs are starting to wake up. We're seeing the IWM pushing to the downside on that. It hasn't broke that resistance yet. It's at that PML. Qs right out the gate are starting to work here. Nvidia's at 1%. Orb Army on the clock first. Keep in mind, if you're on that PMH retest army. Okay, PMH retest army along with the VWAP. VWAP is at that 688.10, right? That coincides. You can look for that retest. There's just two areas of confluence. The fact that the VIX is breaking down with that level of aggression gives you further confluence. And this is really fueled by the Qs. So the Qs you want the Qs to stay above. You want the Qs to stay above that PMH. We're at that POC currently. 5-minute orb army. You're on the clock in a couple of minutes here. Good morning, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Juliet, thank you for upgrading to SAT VIP. Welcome to the team. Poll question for today is: what contracts on SPY do you day trade? 0 DTEs, weekly DTEs, monthly DTEs, quarterly DTEs. Right. There are people that I know that trade quarterly DTEs intraday. Right. So it's not a surprise. But just let me know what contracts you do use. So far on the poll, 86% of you use zeros. 86% of you use zeros. If the Qs get back below PMH. Okay, this might set up for a potential PMH trap. So we need the Qs to stay above PMH. We need SPY to come test that PMH. We should be good to go. Right? Remember what we said in the pre-market program, guys. The Qs enhance and magnify SPY's move. Right, if the Qs if they're muffled, if they're contained, more than likely SPY it's not gonna move as much as it wants. It's gonna be restricted. All right, so nice push there, nice push. Right out the gate. 5-minute orb army on the clock, and I keep putting it, but it's a different color. Okay, there we go. In a few seconds here. So that level is 688.65, 688.65. Again, guys, if you are joining the YouTube, a lot of you join the YouTube membership. Appreciate the support. You do have exclusive content available to you there. And I'll continue to make content available to you there as well. All right, exclusive content. So I want to see how we interact with this PMH right out the gate. All right, what kind of interaction, what kind of relationship do we want to develop with this PMH? All right, we're going to respect it. Are we going to disrespect it and push back at this baby gap? Little gap up from this morning. That's going to be the question. Okay. So far, just from your observation, at this current juncture, are we respecting PMH? Okay. Does this look like a respectful, healthy relationship with the level? So far, it can course correct if it wicks. Right. The relationship started off rocky, and it got better. Right. If it wicks back up, if VWAP is respected, I can look to entertain it. If it closes below, it continues to slide to the downside, there's nothing there for me to take. All right. In that case as well, I'm paying attention to the Qs above PMH as well. 619.55. The IWs are dumping, falling off a cliff. All right. So it has not broken out. They didn't trap those potential longs. I have American Express contracts open here. 1 second. 688s. Okay. 688s. I want to see one more drop to the downside. In this case, if I do take this back the upside, my risk would be that 687.90. See if we can pull back slightly. I'll take it right there. I'm going to take the calls right there. I like how we just responded on VWAP. Get a nice response on VWAP. I'm in the calls here. Okay, first trade of the day. Pretty quickly right out the gate. I want that PMH to hold. I like how the Qs are respecting that PMH. All right. I want the VWAP to hold. No close below VWAP 688.17. That blue line right here, strikers. Right. So this is basically in pursuit of a potential reclaim of 688.41 and a break of that 5-minute orb. So positioning myself to get that push to the upside. Risk is, of course, closure below that level. Closure below PML. I didn't get the best entry. My entry's kind of up here, so I'm already down 4%. All right, so let's see if I can get this thing to move fairly quickly. In the meantime, I want the Qs to hold above that level. 688, 17, 18 will be my risk. That VWAP, ideally, I want that PMH to hold as well. If it can't, then I got to part ways. In this case as well, I want the VIX to continue to dump. I want the VIX to fall off a cliff. See if we can make a run at this potential compression break, push back the upside. I want the buyers to start piling in. All right. So since I don't have the best entry, right, I don't have a lot of wiggle room as far as my risk is concerned. I need this to take off fairly quickly. If we get a close below PML, I got to cut it. Down 9, down 8. Okay, I'll cut it right there. If it sets up, if it sets up, I'll take it again. So I got stopped out there for 11. Okay, couldn't really get that follow through. And the Q's nasty wick back below PMH. Okay, that's what kind of. If you're still in the 5-minute orb army, if you're waiting for that 5-minute orb, you have not been called yet. Okay, continue to wait. Calling card for the puts is that 687.91. $687.91. Good morning. If we can reclaim, if we can establish control back above that level, I'll be there for it. I can always be there for it. I just don't want to sit through that back and forth, because we did see yesterday during the first 30 to 45 minutes, there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of indecision. All right, so now we're inside. See if we can reclaim, at least get back above this territory here, 688.26. See if the Qs can get their act together. Okay. See all the every candle's herky jerky on each candle. Okay. The Qs, I'm paying close attention to the Qs. The Qs got above PMH, can hold above it. IW starting to set up now. IW starting to pick up some speed. Okay. IW's breaking here. IW starting to go. 250, 238 is that 250, 232 is that 5-minute orb. So got into that PML, grab the PML, push the upside. Hello, so excited. Thank you. How can I access the members chat? So the members chat on YouTube and the members chat in the Discord is slightly different. When you are in the YouTube membership, you do have access to the free tier Discord as well. See if we can fill that gap. How we doing, guys? How we doing, strikers? No, yeah, just IV is still relatively low. Wait until we get a 25-30% IV day. Okay, so now this is where SPY is. This is where SPY is. Okay, 5-minute orb. It did trigger that downside. No closure. We're trading below VWAP. So they got price above PMH. We're at basically 50% retrace of that daily. So one trade, one stop out here. I want to see some follow through behind it to really catch it to the upside. No follow through, stopped out. Right, especially that VWAP. If we can reclaim PMH, I can use that 687.90 as my risk as this 5-minute candle shapes up. Still no close below it. Okay, if this 5-minute candle can regroup, get above that VWAP, close as a hammer in the next 1 minute and 50 seconds or so. Okay, there can be some signs of life and the buyers on that 688.20 reclaim, second attempt. Okay, 688.20 reclaim. So you can just reclaim that. So basically just stopped out here, let the dust settle, and then re-engage. If it continues to sell off, then there's nothing to really take advantage of here. Look at IW. What a dump on IW. Look at that. Guys, the trickery. Look at that. So they are starting off the year. Okay, very, very tricky. All right, so it's going to take that patience, it's going to take that discipline to really navigate. Good morning, Nico. Good morning, good morning. Make sure to like the video, guys. We can easily get 30 likes in the first hour. 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Get above 688.20. I'll give it a second attempt. Second attempt. Okay, cool off, cool off. Okay, this thing is gone. Okay, come back in a little bit. All right. But you guys get the idea. See if you can cool off a little bit. So nice little downward compression break. Just see if you can start to wick a little bit, and I don't mind re-engaging. Let's pull back a little bit. My last fill was 120. 126. All right, so contracts are still at 123. I'm talking about the 688s. And you want to take that. If you took that, if you held on to it, you're doing great. 5-minute orb army, 688.65 is your calling card. That's also the 15-minute orb. Those are two things. Compound orb. Compound orb here. All right, this was the. What we can't gather is it comes into this daily 50% retrace and then takes off. Right, so then it breaks and goes. As much as I want to take it and chase it, I can't chase it. I gotta wait a little bit. Just missed it by a few seconds here. Anyone catch that? Give me 1 second. Let me try my phone. Man, FOMO's unreal. Ripple, you're in. Ripple Army's in. Man, oh man, oh man. This setup required patience. Required a little patience, coming to that level, establish that base, that reclaim of that level, continue to push, hits that target 688.84. All right, so this is very similar to yesterday, if you recall. Very similar action. Look at the cues. If you take a look at the cues are starting to go. Cues are starting to go. All right, you can see the cues here. Cues are starting to rock and roll. So we hit that first target there. So if you did miss it, don't let that create FOMO, guys. I wanted to take it again here, but just didn't have enough time. Retest, wave retest, 688. So you can see there was no closure below it on the 5. So this would be the 688 here. If we can come back into here, that's that wave. If this is the breakout point, the cues are just out of here, guys. The cues are just going. VIX falling off a cliff, headed towards that 1467. We have a major key zone here. This key zone is that weekly upside breaker, daily upside breaker. Right, if we can get above that, we unlock a new runway here into the top of that gap from December 29th, and we fill that gap. Okay, so let's see if we get some sort of pullback, some sort of breather to re-engage. Didn't like yesterday's pre-action, so wanted to wait patiently this morning. Beautiful job, Joe. 20%, beautiful job, guys. Yep, gold is starting to go. Absolutely. 937. That is unfortunate for our first trade of the day. PMH. First wave retest. View up underneath. Unlucky. Appreciate that, DC. Gap close. Just observing. Just wanted to share a very simple trick that actually helps me to stay patient. 45. Just chasing yellow vertical. Good. I have a yellow vertical line. Yep, that's a great way to do it. And right after that, you wait. And then when it's time, you execute. So it's either you be patient, you wait for this, reclaim into the orb, or you have or if you have that entry there, you'll stop slightly wider. Maybe you have to see 15 to 25%. Right. Nonetheless, we'll just move along and look for the next opportunity. How are we doing on YouTube, guys? So 92% of you on YouTube trade those 0 DTEs. 92% of you trade those 0 DTEs. 92% trade those zeros. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. This thing is starting to go. It's a freight train. Qs are going. VIX is dumping. SPY is going. IW is going. Dow is going. So everything's starting to go. Everything is starting to go. Came back, retested that G50, reclaimed G50 decisively. If we can clear this, we have another runway into that gap fill. Okay, we have another runway into that gap fill. Who's on babysitting? If you're on babysitting duty, tremendous job. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. This thing is taking off. Whatever you do, don't let this create that FOMO. Continue to look for your setups. Continue to be patient in calls with the Qs. Good, good, good. Good job, Lynn. Palantir, 20% on SPY. Beautiful job, Carlos. 1,000% understand what you're saying. I was doing the same for weeks. Now I was questioning myself. Really, it's a mental trick happens when you are on a live market, and because emotional, I need to establish some self-limitation. That's why I decided to share 100%. And for me, it's just a matter of FOMO, containing the FOMO. All right, sometimes you have a setup. You get shaken out, you try to re-engage, there's no re-engagement, it continues to go. All right, so you have to stay poised, get over that fact, and look for the next opportunity. What we can tell is we are expanding. So we are expanding. We broke above that PMH. We continue to push above that G50. We're above that daily upside breaker. We're above that weekly upside breaker, and that top of that gap to fill that gap from December 29th is up here. Okay, so we are on the verge of that gap fill. We're above that 50% retrace. If we take a look at that game plan chart, this is the expansion that we're seeing. Okay, so we're headed close towards that 690, and that's when we start to get near that all-time high. All-time high is 691.66. Okay, all-time high 691.66, and the closer we get, the rejection zone has been upgraded. So just keep that in mind. Right, so it has been adjusted from this morning. Check the game plan. So now this is where the rejection zone is. So if you're trying to play that all-time high, right, it depends on your approach. There's multiple ways to do it, but see if you can already be in position by the time price gets into this zone here. All right, so all-time high 691.66. We do have a yellow folder catalyst. Yellow folder catalyst. And President speaks at 2 p.m. today as well. So that just got updated. All right, so 9:45, right, that yellow folder catalyst. That could be it. Probably not. Probably is. Who knows? But what we do know is 2 p.m. We will definitely have a reaction to this at 2 p.m. Okay? So in this case, let the buyers who showed patience, who exercised risk in this territory, reap the benefits. All right? And we'll wait for our turn. I'll wait for my turn, and then look to take advantage of the next opportunity. All right, so now we're coming to test that daily upside breaker. 35% of the Qs, beautiful job. I wonder what FOMO does G have now. I take the FOMO and I channel it to the next opportunity, to be honest. All right, I just channel it to the next opportunity. Qs are going. We're seeing the VIX falling off a cliff. If the VIX breaks below 1463, it can take another leg lower. Right? If you're able to catch this above 688.20, you're laughing to the bank. Okay, you're laughing at the bank. Your day's done. Your day is done. Good, good, good. So the closer we get to this TOG, right, the more overextended we become. I'll start looking for those pullbacks. TOG rejection, that's a textbook setup as well. So 2 p.m., the president will be speaking. 2 p.m. the president will be speaking. So we'll have that coverage. We usually go to 1 o'clock. Let's get 60 likes, and we'll try to have that coverage for you by 2 o'clock. For 2 o'clock, okay. So this is what, guys? Is this a wave? This is a ripple turned into a wave turned into a tsunami. Sometimes there is no retest. Sometimes there is no. Doesn't happen. When it goes, it just goes. Okay. And the casualties in this case are the 5-minute orb folks who took that and didn't manage risk. Say if you just take the 5-minute orb to the downside, just based off of the ripple, all right, and you don't have some sort of risk management protocol, at minimum it should be VWAP, at minimum PMH, right? Then that's where the casualties are. So the folks who are trapped in the shorts below 689, 689, 687.90. So it dipped into the jaws of the gap from this morning, tiny little gap. Came at that key level, 687.90, 50% retrace today. Chop, chop, chop. Massive expansion, breakout. Takes a pause at the 688.84. Continues to push, makes another leg above that 689.42. And now continues to push. On that note, let's see what else is running. Okay, Google not doing much here. See if Google can also get a little pop. Google hasn't made a move yet. Tesla falling off a cliff. Broadcom not doing much. Lilly out of here. Amazon out of here. Netflix 90. Meta falling off a cliff, recovering, looking to reclaim that VWAP and that PML. Potential reversal there. Retrace, reject, or reversal setup. Palantir out of here as well. JPM not doing much. American Express falls off a cliff. Hood down 1%. Nvidia up 2%. Now back above 190. As far as sectors are concerned, we are seeing the XLVs large and in charge. SMH up 2.8, and XLK along with XLB. Everything else is flat or in the red. Everything else is flat or in the red. So if we take a look at the 5 here, guys, if we take a look at the 5, it's just pure continuation. Okay, we get the break of this buy block there. We continue to expand. All right. Now we're above these highs here. So at minimum, that daily upside breaker retest is there. That weekly upside breaker retest is there. And now we're on the verge of filling this gap. So you see this gap from December 29th. December 29th gap. That's what we're working on. That gap fill will be official as soon as we get above. As soon as we get above, we're coming to 690.06. Okay, so 690 psychological level is there, along with 690.06, which is that gap fill. So when we do fill that gap, it's very important that we continue. If you're bullish, you continue to expand. And if it continues to expand, this is the next runway. Next runway is here. Okay, into all-time highs. All right, so this looks like a potential delayed reaction from yesterday. Right, delayed reaction from yesterday, and the cues are what are taking off. The cues are taking off. The cues are about to go directional on the weekly as well. The cues need to get into that 622.85 territory. So see if we can get a rejection off that TOG, setting us up for a nice little pullback. That'd be great. At least come into that zone, key zone between 689.42, 689.20. Okay. Get a nice Nice little pullback. We have not come back into the waves yet, guys. The most shallow pullback is into the waves. That's how strong the push to the upside is. We haven't even come and tested the wave. We haven't even spent any time on first wave, second wave. So there isn't even a shallow pullback. Outside of just playing the breaks above key levels and key zones, there isn't any shallow pullback. All right. We're seeing the VIX starting to slow down here. Slight slowdown would be welcome for a nice little pullback into a key level, then a bounce. Okay, that'd be great. See if the VIX can get a slight response off of here. If it can, let's see if we get some sort of slowdown. If it slices right through this, 1463 continues to collapse below that. Okay, that runway into those highs opens up. All right, into the all-time high opens up. So the more separation we create between that 690 and 690.06, okay, the more separation we create, the more appealing it becomes as a bounce area for me. Right, but we're right there right now. So let's see if we can expand just a little bit, and then come back into it, and I'll take it to the upside and pursue those highs. Those contracts, I had them at 126. They're at 255. Okay. What a move to the upside. What a move to the upside. That's what you call a downward compression break. Boom. Anyone on babysitting duty? A 27%. Beautiful job. Gap close. Silver futures tried to juke me out. Not happening because I can't read charts anyways. Up 700. Up 700, but man, that thing, yeah, 100%. It did take off. G, out of curiosity, can you share some ideas as well during the boot camp on same what is that? Same, am I reading that wrong? 70? I have some new alteration to the orb I'm tracking now, and it looks promising. Good, good, good. Saturday, okay. Saturday. I should know that. If that's French, I should know that, right? But no problem. Can we share some ideas during the boot camp? Yeah, we'll have a Q&A session at the very end. Can to share things you can when we get to the charts. But the way the boot camp goes is basically we have material to cover. Okay, we have 4 modules. Okay, 4 modules. At the end of each module, there's a Q&A session. Okay, and each of those modules within themselves, they have subsections. So sub-modules. Some of them have 2. They're broken down into 2. We have breaks in between. And you have questions that pertain to that particular material that's covered. And at the very end, you can ask questions pertaining to the entire module. All right, and then when we get into the very end, we can open up the charts. If you want to share ideas, if you want to do whatever you want, ask questions, that's going to be a great time as well. Okay. So the more separation that's created above that high, see if we can get a nice bounce off. Again, this is buying high, selling higher. This is very, very shallow, right? First wave test along with that key zone. Okay, it's like diving into a 4-foot pool. Okay, very shallow. We want price to be able to. This would be the healthy. Healthy's here, shallow's there. For us to make that next leg to the upside, we need the VIX to break below 1463. So as it hangs out here, Okay, as it hangs out here, if SPY can gravitate back towards one of our key levels, preferably that key zone, and starts to slice under that level, and then starts working its way back the upside, that'll be our entry. Okay, that'll be our entry. The dollar's starting to just make it pushed here. See if we can get into that 98.50. 98.50. So far, one trade. I had the calls earlier, a little too early to the party. One to re-engage and didn't have enough time, and it just took off. Just took off. And all-time highs, guys, are just around the corner at 691.66. 691.66. So in this case, if you're buying the calls anywhere above 690, you are buying high, selling higher. So the options contract look like this. Okay, they open up, they did this, and they look like that. Now it's just a straight line up. So on the option contract, okay, what you're buying is you're buying basically at the very high to sell higher. Okay, does it work? Does that work? Yes, it does work, but you're not buying low, selling high. Two different principles. Okay, nice little bounce off that level on that shallow. I mean, that's the only pullback that comes up. We'll see. How we doing on YouTube, guys? How we doing in the chat? Anyone babysitting runners? Man, that thing is taking off. Always confuse the words, no problem. That was a nice little shallow bounce. Shallow bounce. Let's get the likes up, guys. Likes up, likes up. We got a long day. We got the 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. the president will be speaking. If you want us to have that coverage, let's get to 60 likes. 50 likes, we'll do the giveaway. Boot camp giveaway. All week I'm doing a boot camp giveaway leading into the boot camp this Saturday. All right? Anyone take that? If you did, very, very shallow. See if the VIX can start breaking down. If it can, it's going to take off. The dollar's starting to pull back. That's a good sign. Okay. At the same time, this rally is fueled by the Qs. IW is going as well. IW is going as well. If you take a look at it, everything is starting to go. This is where we are. Where's my? Okay, look. IWM, that flag. Okay, nice flag on IWM gone. Retest that weekly upside breaker. Qs starting to break out on the verge of becoming directional. Okay, on the verge of becoming directional. Once they take out this orange line, they become directional on the weekly. Somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder type of formation possibly there. Okay, so on the Qs are just getting started. The Qs, keep in mind, the Qs are the laggard. SPY. Okay, downward compression break. Okay, all-time highs right there. We're in zone 5 now. So put in the chat, do we make it to all-time highs? And now, if we come back and retest, I'll be there for it. If we come back and retest, there's about 41 cents of separation. Okay, I'll be there for the shallow. For that bounce with signs of life. If you take a look at on the 5, look how far we are from the VWAP. The Qs are starting to give. So this was led by the Qs, so we need to pay attention to the Qs. The Qs are starting to give on the 5. The Qs went shooter. Okay. So we don't want to close below that on the 5. We did break it. We want the Qs to potentially go engulfing, but no close below 621.68. 68, yep. Looking at the 690s here. Drop one more time. So this is shallow. This is healthy. This is the healthy pullback. not healthy. Coincides with the VWAP and everything else. Okay. So shallow's there, healthy's there. The advantage of the shallow is, all right, this is the only pullback that we do see. We don't even have enough weakness to come into this level down here. New 15-minute candle here. Okay, the Qs are starting to sell off here. SPY is starting to reject. Okay. And the VIX continues to push to the upside. All right, there's a good chance we can hang out in this territory. Coming a little lower. Somewhat of a head and shoulder trying to form there. If you can see it, you can see it. If you can see it, you can see it. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're a first-time viewer. Let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers. Long-time viewers. Take the next steps and join our community. We are live trading SPY on the 1-minute time frame using 0 DTEs. This is all for educational purposes. Okay. The risk reward in this situation favors the downside gravitation back towards VWAP. That would be counter trend trading based on this 5. We can fall below 690. VIX continues to spike. But we need that trigger though. Decisive close below here. So if you're looking to go long, your fine line in the sand is 690.09, 690 psychological level. So as it comes into this territory, you're going to see an immediate response. And in the meantime, see if the VIX can stay where it is or start to break down. We're seeing the dollar taking off slightly here as well. I'll go with the bounce in this case just to take advantage of that upside move. Into ATH. Just waiting for a nice entry. So just can't seem to come to that territory. Just drop one more time, one more time. The VIX is starting to break down here. If you're already in off that bounce, right, you already allocate a risk. Okay. Your risk has been defined, it's been allocated. It's been allocated. And your runway, there's a nice push into ATH. After you take profits, you can maybe babysit a runner into all-time highs. So you can see this is our first legitimate test here. We have this that TOG, we have that 690, we have the waves waving. First interaction with the waves. Plus on my daily journal, trading view chart. SoFi just gave up all yesterday's gains. Is the boot camp the same as the video posted on the day? Yeah, very similar to that. A couple of modifications to the material, more things are added, but the difference is it's live. It's live, and the questions we get can be different from the people that are attending. But the material, the overall material is the same. Overall material is the same. This might have been it here. It looks like the Qs want to go engulfing. So I'm going to record it anyway. So the boot camp is going to be recorded. All of them will be recorded and sent out. Anyone catch it off here? That's shallow. That might have been the pullback there. If you did, you have a front row seat into ATH. Okay, you have a front row seat into ATH. All you need to do in the meantime is, of course, lock in a majority. Do what you need to do with the majority. Don't fall in love with ATH. See if you get that nice little break on the Qs. The reason why the Qs are the focal point, we discussed it in the pre-market game plan. That's what's going to really help us. IW is gone. So do we have enough fuel? Do we have enough fuel? So we made this massive move with no real pullback. Okay, no real pullback. Just a massive move. All right, speaking from the intraday perspective, no real pullback. Okay, just to bounce off these levels. So look at where that equilibrium of this massive move lands. So in this key zone. So this key zone not only is the equilibrium area, but is also daily upside breaker, weekly upside breaker. But sometimes the strength of the buying is so strong that it doesn't even pull back. It just keeps going. Just keeps going. 691.66, all-time highs. Okay, those are the all-time highs. How are we doing, guys? So one trade for me so far. Did take the calls here, stopped out, and then the market didn't SPY, just took off the upside after breaking out of this downward compression, reclaiming that PMH, continued to accelerate. Did slightly stall here for nice little retest of 689.42. It continued to expand, filled that gap from December 29th, and now the only thing between us is a 6.9. The only thing between us now is these lows here and those highs there. Those highs are the all-time highs. If we take this high out, we are directional on all the time frames. Okay, we're directional on all the time frames. On the 5-minute, no signs of reversal. Okay, we need to take out those lows for there to be any signs of reversal. We take out those highs, it's just pure continuation. So not a single, after this candle here, not a single sell candle on the 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can say, hey, you know what? How about the shooter? Yes, the shooter did show some signs of selling, but this was just a pullback because there was no follow through behind it. Right? So if we broke below this candle's lows, that would be the trigger. There's no trigger, no trade. Okay? So we're just seeing 1-minute pullbacks. Okay, 1-minute slight pullbacks. The real thing is to take us over the top. We're probably going to need the VIX to break down, guys. To take us over the top, the VIX needs to break down. All right, we're very extended away from that 9, extended from that POC. See if we can start the course correct. We are about 11 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. 11 minutes away. I haven't had a goal line fumble in a long time. Okay, that was a goal line fumble on my end. Right, I've been doing a good job of not fumbling at the goal line. But from my perspective, this was this is a goal line fumble. Okay, using a football analogy. Breaks Friday's highs. Because it might be. Okay. I'll have the recording there. Take the puts. 210 calls. Protect, protect, protect. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job, hero. Right, be wrong, not for long. And the best trade, let me just show you the trade one of our traders shared. Okay, the best trade. Okay, so everyone in the chat, one of our traders shared this, right? What is the best trade on this chart? Is it this $210 loss? Or is it this $695 profit? In my opinion, the best trade was the risk management here. This upside, don't worry about the upside. The fact that traders saying, hey, I'm wrong here. I'll take that 210 loss, recalibrate, re-engage. That opens up for something else. Because if you don't do that, guys, now the market drags you all the way there and you can't think of any other ideas. So the risk management is what opened everything else up. All right, this is great trading, hero. Okay, so we're starting to make a push here. Look at the VIX. The VIX is not really going. The VIX is pushing back the upside. All right, somewhat of head and shoulder potentially pushing here. Let's see. Right, we need the VIX to break down. If the VIX hangs out, starts to build a base, works to the upside, all right, there's a good chance we can start coming into this box here. So the question now becomes, do we want to possibly entertain an opportunity for a breakdown below here into this area as the VIX continues to push? And if the VIX course corrects, shows some signs of weakness, and finally breaks these lows, we land in this sweet spot, come back, test that 9, test that VWAP, test that 5-minute wave, show some signs of life, and then balance in time with the VIX. Right, so it's a very sticky. The way I'm seeing it from this perspective, from my lens, is the calls are too expensive. Right. The puts are potentially presenting an opportunity. And see if we can get that drop into these lows. Can it continuously bounce off of this zone? As the VIX stalls here, can it continue to respect it? Sure. DJT on the mic. All right, now. Okay, let me take a look at that. Let me play it on a separate window and then pop the screen up. So again, guys, look at our team. Our team always doing a tremendous job. Beautiful job, Fido. Right, so you get to be a part of down 37. Is that 37 cents or 37%? Okay, so nice recovery there. But majority of the move came when we started to take off. Orb, futures only. Let's go to futures corner real quick. Beautiful job, Carla, as always. For those of you who do trade futures, we do have a chat here, guys. Again, share those ideas. Okay. Beautiful job as always. We have a ton of folks who do take the futures. 27% for that scalp. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 35 on the Qs. Stopped out in profit. 20%, 55%, 20%, 16%. Dollar sign. Okay, so great job. If we can make one more drop, that might be the best, the best bet. Okay, the VIX is getting heavy here. It's getting heavy. And this level, the more time we spend above it, okay, the more the VWAP and the EMA start catching up to it. Okay, if you're in, you're in. If say if I was able to get filled here, I would already be out a majority there. Probably just be babysitting runners. All right, so again, if you are in a position, don't always fall in love with all-time highs. You can use runners. Now, new candle here. New 5-minute candle on the VIX as well. New 5-minute candle across the board. If we get above those highs, we continue. Okay, we're starting to respect this channel. Let's see if we continue to respect it or just blast past it. The VIX starts working its way towards at 1453. Okay, 1453. That's going to be the tell. Nice little break down, break out. Break down, break out type of scenario. How we doing on YouTube, guys? Let me get caught up on YouTube. Good, waiting for a re-entry if it happens. The wicks on the 5 are getting interesting in puts. You're missing the put. They do look interesting, right? But the thing is, mixing, they have not triggered. All right. So at least a break below 690 in pursuit of the zone, but the puts, they have not officially. This is a trap. This is a bear trap here. So we got that one red candle. If you took the puts there, unless you're managing risk, you get stopped out. No risk, you get wiped out. So there's no signs of reversal. There's no reversal candles. The only level that we have now is that all-time high. And we're at that 690 in that TOG. And when is the official last day of the Santa Claus rally? I believe it's the first, how many days of the 2026? So I believe we're still in that window. I believe we're still in that window. So 2 all-time highs in that window would be great. Okay. If it respects this channel here, we can just take the bounce off of the support, come to that territory. It's just buying time. It's just accumulating. Okay, so plus the first 2 trading days of January, okay? The first 2 trading days of January. You can make the argument that, of course, Friday was the official day. Yesterday was the second day. You can say, hey, today's the second day. So we're basically at the close of the window. See if we make an all-time high out of that Santa Claus rally. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. We'll do the giveaway. The market knows my strategy today. I'm getting killed. Yeah, so today's expanding, right? Today we're expanding. Coming into the day, I was leaning towards maybe, we always want to wait at least one shift before we make that, we jump to that conclusion. But overall, based on the catalyst, based on the situation, I was leaning towards us getting a choppy type of day. It might seem like we're expanding, we're running away. We are from a technical standpoint, but from an ATR standpoint, we're moving 46 cents per 5-minute candle, right? So we're not covering a lot of ground per candle. But we are seeing a nice move to the upside. So in this case, this is just an expansion move. So going into second shift, that's going to be the tell. Going into second shift, our interaction with that high will be everything. If we use that high as a break, hold, expand, revisit, retest, bounce, that means this is bullish structure. If we treat that first shift high as a trap like we did the past couple of days and start sliding back the downside, right? That means we're probably going to pull back into maybe VWAP, pull back into maybe some of the key zones. There might be an opportunity there. But that can really stifle the progress the bulls have made up to this point. So that's when we start getting those retracements. Okay, so we're going to get that level in about a few seconds here. Okay, we're going to get that level in a few seconds. 690.86 would be critical. Let me take off this candle as well. If we take a look at the hourly, This is what we got on the hourly so far. Okay, so this is the hourly structure. And that's the hourly structure. Okay, so on the hourly, we can see when 2 down, boom, exploded. So this hourly candle, we have a new hourly candle here, guys. So this hourly candle, look at this monster hourly candle. Once we broke above that PMH, we can see that move. We can see that. So now, for us to even get to equilibrium with this candle, it's going to be near this weekly upside breaker, dead upside breaker area. Okay, so the move already took place. So break above these highs is a continuation. We continue. So if you're leaning towards us pulling back, retracing, right, you can look for some potential downside pushes. So you can be a bear temporarily or let the selling take place for it to fall right into your levels. That makes sense, okay? We get to pick when we're bullish and bearish. We get to pick. We don't have to marry a bias for the entirety of the day. All right? We get to pick what we become. It's not fixed. All right, so those highs will be critical. Inverted hammer on the 5, absolutely. I do see that as well. Mixing. See if you can hold below that 690.56. That's that breaker there. Hold below POC. Close below would be great. There goes the Qs. Same thing as the Qs. The Qs pulling back slightly as well. VIX is starting to go. All right, so VIX is starting to go. At 690. Break below 690 into this territory. Can be it. Buying consolidation on the 30. Okay, let me get caught up real quick. Okay, betting on puts after ATH. Quick question for you. Looks like you plot fib from the break. Do you use TP or how? For Santa Claus, rather buying the continuation on the green on 30, but blue resistance. I use TP on the orb trigger. 2 to 1 R. Runners close 3 R. But today I just bought 1 call as we're not confident with the time to trade. So there's new hourly candles inside. So this represents the hourly structure, right? Just a nice visualization. Okay, let's go to our game plan chart real quick, right? So now on the game plan chart, team, we're coming into this rejection zone. All right, so the healthy pullback, the healthy pullback, the technical pullback is here. That weekly upside breaker. Okay. If we get below that 690, that opens up the door for that drop into that level. Right, so you can be bearish for that time being, your risk being those highs, as long as the VIX is going north. Or you can welcome the selling into your desired area. And then reassess when it comes into the area if buyers are stepping in. Okay, the market is going to pay the bulls and the bears. Okay, it's not mutually exclusive. It can't pay 2 participation groups simultaneously. Just one at a time. One at a time. So let's see if the integrity of this channel is kept. We have not taken our first shift highs quite yet. We're seeing a nice little pull. Nice little drop on the 5 minute right here. If you say take a look at the 5 real quick. Right, we trigger those lows. Continue to push. First target is there. So if you did take that would be that first target. A bunch of inefficiencies lining up there as well. So it's going to come down to 690. Does 690 hold or does 690 fold? Does 690 hold or does 690 fold? Put in the chat, hold or fold? Hold or fold? I want to see a 5-minute hammer in this territory. If it can't get a nice little 5-minute hammer, okay, I'll take it back the upside. If it slices right through it on the 5 as well, there's nothing for me to take. See if the VIX can cool off slightly. I have a new 5-minute candle here as well. We already hit that 5 target. So let's see if we can bounce off that 5-minute target, which is the 690. See if it gets respected one more time and take it back the upside. The confirmed entry will be 690.22. Get back above POC. Yeah, I like how the VIX is starting to pull back. Okay, I'm going to take the calls right there. I want that 690 to hold. I want that 690 to hold. Already down 5. Didn't get the best entry. So now everything's going to be based on that 690. That 690 breaks. I got to get out of there. So in a position a little early. See if buyers can protect it. If not, I get stopped out. Okay, I'm gonna cut it right there. Cut it right there for 14.15. So I'm gonna cut it right there. Couldn't get that quick response for 15. Just let it continue to sell off. See if you can shape up on the 5. Right, I wanted to see if I can get a response off that relatively quickly. And now that 690 has been given up. 690 given up, stopped out here. 15. Could have been a little more patient, right? And waited for a price action combination. We're getting back to VWAP 689.59, 689.60s VWAP. If we can get it back above it, I'll be on board. If we can't, what I did like was the fact was that the VIX was slightly flipping red. Again, a little early there. If this 5-minute candle can go hammer, I'll be there for it. Okay, I'll be there for it. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'll re-engage. Okay, I'm back in. I want this to hold. My risk would be this candle's lows. I want that to hold. I want that to be a decisive reclaim. If we get back below 690, all my entries I'm getting today are not the best entries. As soon as I jump in, I'm down 6-7%. Right? That comes with it sometimes. That comes with the territory. So now my risk is this candle's lows after getting stopped out. I want this candle to remain a hammer. If it can go hammer on the 5, continue to accelerate, we'll be there. If it breaks below these lows, it gets stopped out. So this first trade, just being patient for this green candle might have been the best protocol, right? Let's see that to continue to push, and I want the VIX to stay below this 1483. Stay below it. Get some follow through above these highs. We'll be good to go. That's the official trigger. Break below these lows, then I'm out of there again. Okay. So 10 to 15%. Nasty wick there, about to get stopped out. Close to getting stopped. That wave is still holding. See if we can recover in the next 40 seconds. VIX needs to stay below this level. I don't want to turn that to a retrace reject. Down 12, down 13. Okay, I gotta get out of there. All right, so wrong. So 13. So stopped out 13, stopped out 15. 2 stop outs in this area. That's looking like a retrace reject. It looks like they're paying the bears here. Okay, so don't want to force myself in this situation. That was a nice retrace reject. So 3 trades, 3 stop outs today. 3 trades, 3 stop outs. $13 plus $15. All calls. All right, same idea in this area. The thing is, if it does reclaim it, and if the VIX can get back below this dotted line, I'm still leaning towards favoring it. But what it looks like is we're in that rejection zone. We're falling below this 690. We're no longer respecting this channel at the upside. It looks like we want to pursue these lows. All right, so might just have to let it come into this territory here. VWAP is at that 689.50, 689.61. All right, we can see here, right? So the analysis, break below 690, continue to push lower. Right, was spot on, but it looks like I just fell in love to see if I can get that bounce back the upside there for that shallow bounce. Okay, so 3 trades, all 3 stop outs, guys. You're taking calls while I'm in puts. I closed my position because of it. I was right. Yeah, so don't get influenced. We can all get different ideas. Right? If you have conviction in your position and if it's against my position, you can be right, I can be wrong, I can be right, you can be wrong. Okay? So that 690 break, it came down to this level. That 690 break, if you're bullish or bearish off that level, that's where the decisive move is going to take place. Right? So if you're wrong, you don't want to be wrong for too long. If you're right, make sure you're getting paid. Make sure you're extracting profits. I'm still paying attention to this back the upside. I want to see if I can get a hammer. So I'm slightly being a little impatient here. Best thing to do is see if I can get a hammer on the 5. Reclaim a 690.07. Get back above it. Might be the best approach. Okay. So 5-minute hammer. See if you get that at least. If we can't get back above 690, can't close back above this level, then more than likely wants to start headed towards this key zone. And that key zone aligns, right, perfectly. Right? Look at that, guys. This essentially aligns from the bottom to the top, aligns almost perfectly to the equilibrium. No coincidence. Okay. No coincidence there. So 5-minute candle, still paying attention to it. Those zeros, guys, once you're in, if you don't have that ideal entry, it's almost like I'm down already. So if we get that strong reclaim, hold above it, I'll be there for it. This needs to hold at least for 1 more minute. If you can hold for 1 more minute, that'd be great. 1 more minute, that'd be great. Nice little reclaim. How we doing on YouTube here? Back to VWAP. We'll see. Fold. Back to VWAP. You got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them. Know when to walk away. Know when to run. Absolutely. I used to, before my channel was monetized, that was the theme song of the stream. So if you tuned in 2024, I had a few streams there as well. That was literally the theme song. So in the intro, that song would play. Can't do that anymore because copyright. All right, great song by Kenny Rogers. A lot of applicable things, right? A lot of applicable things you can extract. Got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold. You got to know when to walk away and know when to run. So in this case, you have to walk away. look at the VIX, right? So if the VIX is moving like this, I don't want to lean towards the upside. Don't want to look for the upsides, right? So there might be some more selling. So if you're bearish, right, the VIX, you want the VIX to get above that 15. That can really lead you to that 689.42. 689.42. If you're just jumping in, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. We're going to do a giveaway at 1 o'clock. Let's get 60 likes. We'll extend the stream. We'll continue to extend it. All right, 50 likes is the threshold. We did take 3 trades today. All 3 trades stopped out. Could improve the entries. Just kind of being a little more locked in, a little more present would help. But at the end of the day, we live with the results. Okay, so we'll look for the next opportunity. Friday should be very interesting. Supreme Court plans to commenting on tariffs. Not sure if there will be a verdict at the time. I think Joe did send me the link to DJT. For some reason, I didn't.
In Trinidad, they say it's the worst gang in the world. It makes our gangs look like little sweethearts. It makes our gangs, you want to take them out to dinner, they're so nice. They cut off the fingers of people. One guy makes a phone call in Colorado. The governor stinks in Colorado. He's no control. So Trinidad, they don't want to do anything about it. So ICE has to go in.
President speaking live.
Because the governor doesn't want to do anything. But they make a phone call. They've taken over my building. The landlord's calling. They took over his building. So the governor doesn't want to do anything. But he calls the police, the guy.
Not sure how long he's been speaking, but nonetheless, we're tuning in.
This is Trinidad. We're talking to the man that owns the building. Did you call the police? Yeah. Boom, they cut off his fingers. If you call him again, the next time your hand comes off. Can you believe it? Guys walking around.
See if you get a nice little hammer off that VWAP, reclaim 690. Back to the upside. I want a rejection off that 50 on the VIX.
Washington, D.C. is now the safest city in the country. And you people know that better than anybody because you were, I mean, think of it. You're in Congress. You're respected people. You're afraid to walk outside. Washington, D.C. Now, we had a terror attack 4 weeks ago. And one person's looking down from heaven and the other one is actually recuperating and going to make it, I think. But really badly hurt. Really badly hurt. Most positive mother I've ever. No, my son's going to be fine, sir. The mother was telling me that the night of the attack, I went just like I went to you. I spoke to this incredible woman. Sir, everyone's praying for my son. He's going to be fine. The doctors thought she was, just hoping against hope.
Yep, that's what I'm looking for, hero.
And 2 weeks ago, he got up and started walking around. It's amazing, actually. So maybe some really bad. It looks like he could be okay. He's just going to have pretty bad after effects. But that was a different.
That's exactly what I'm paying attention to as well. That 5-minute wave. VWAP, do we have enough fuel to reclaim 690? In that case, I want the VIX to have an adverse reaction to the 15. Okay, fail that 15. That'll open up the door for that nice little bounce. All right, so let that 1-minute candle, 5-minute candle close. Let all that clear out. So in this case, entry is going to be critical. Right, that's what I was looking to attempt here a couple of times, just kind of front running. That was the idea. So I'll be a little more patient here, and I want those variables to come to fruition, and then I'll take it. If not, unless that happens, leaning towards the downside. If you're in a position to the downside, that's the place to be. But it's a tough place for me to pick a side here.
He said, "Well, continue listening." My wife, they blew his head off. The wife is walking up to the car, animals, and then they get angry when I say, they're animals. Nancy Pelosi, they're not animals, they're human beings. No, they're not. This is another thing. That's a 98-2 issue also. No, they're animals, and we've taken them out. We've took out over 2,000 people, brought them back to their countries from where they came, or they're in prison now in Washington. Because it's not just like, you have to take the bad ones out. 2%, 3% of the population causes 90% of the crime. Think of it. 2% of the population in Washington, D.C.
If that 15 can turn into a hammer back above a 690, that would be great as well. That 15, that 5 reversal is on watch. 15 and 5 reversals on watch. Let me start closing some of these tabs here. Okay. So it's going to require patience. Next 4 seconds on the Qs as well. Qs and SPY all are looking to push back the upside. Back above 690. See if we can get above 690 for that reclaim. I like that rejection off that 15 on the VIX. Keep in mind on the hourly, we're inside. On the hourly, we are inside. Let's see if we can get that nice push. Okay, let's see that nice push. Don't want to see a fail too on the Qs. If it rejects, I mean the bears are in control. Okay, so that's going to be that zone the bulls need to declare victory over. If it comes into this key zone, that's the healthy pullback between 689.42, 689.20. Okay, that's the healthy pullback. The Qs are holding VWAP still. Qs are holding VWAP. It looks like it wants to potentially drop one more time and then go. All right, maybe just come sweep these lows. And then if it can go, that'd be great. All right, so not anywhere in the middle. In the middle is a riddle. All right, so see if I can get that entry near this territory or a reclaim. Anything else? On the one, the bears are in control here. Okay, so let them do what they need to do. I can see a lot of people de-risking taking place before Friday unless there's a leak of verdict before then. That would be interesting. My friends call me the quote master, as I have quotes from song lyrics for every occasion. Okay. See if that continued drop. Nice little structural breakdown. Okay. We can see it. Now we dipped into, failed 2 up, 3 down on the VIX, on the Qs. Okay, let's see if we can get a response off this key zone. We're basically at the equilibrium of that entire range. Okay, let's see if we step up here. See what takes place in this healthy territory. Okay, healthy is here, guys. If we translate that zone, healthy is here. Healthy is here. So you can see the breakdown that's favoring that bullish move, bearish move. See if it stops. So this is just complete bearish. How much they want to give back. And look at that hourly candle. Okay, the hourly candle, we're still inside the hourly range. We gave up VWAP. Are you still in that position, Mixon? If you are, tremendous job. All right. That was a nice breakdown. Right. Off of that rejection zone, I think I just got a little distracted. Or maybe trying to compensate for the fact that I was stopped out earlier on that 690 drop into here. So now we're below on the 15, guys. We continue to sell off. We're below that weekly upside breaker. No, I'm not. You scared me out. All right, even this breakdown here, right? Based out of that 690 rejection. Now we're in that healthy area. I'm looking for a reclaim back the upside. If it doesn't reclaim, I mean, then it probably wants to go all the way back to where it began. And it wants to reverse this entire hourly. So if we take a look at the hourly, right? So if you don't catch the reversal, okay, say the reversal is here, all the way up here. Right, it goes to target, then it starts blasting past these targets. So look how much it's making up for. Right, you can get the continuation, get the failed 2 up. It's working all the way back to where it began. So SPY gave up VWAP, the Qs gave up VWAP, the Dow's testing VWAP. Wow. All right, on the 1 minute, the waves are waving to the downside. So this compression break is right under the VWAP. If we throw the VWAP and put that 1 minute chart on, you probably can see that nice little compression break right under or right before VWAP. So the waves on the 1, the waves are waving to the downside. All right, so no signs of life for that equilibrium bounce. Nothing there. Continues to sell off, and that was a good cut. So it looks like the best thing that I did here was just manage the risk. And the VIX is trying to get above 15. We're retesting this daily. That G50 of the 29th, so the gap fill on the 29th. We did fill that gap, if you recall. And now that's the 50% point of that gap from the December 29th. So ideally, once that gap is filled, I keep those levels on for the rest of the day, and I take them off the next day. All right, because now we have price history in that territory. We'll wait for a pullback, retest of last week's highs. Yep, last week's highs right here. Last week's highs are right there. 689.20. 689.20. Okay. $689.20. So do we have enough fuel based off of this 688.84 bounce into reclaiming this key zone? We shall see. Since we're below it, that is a retrace reject as well. That rejection zone came right into it. And now it's trading slightly below that weekly upside breaker. So we gave back a good chunk of those gains. Okay, from all the way from before the market opened at 9:15. So from 9:15's lows all the way till now, when we start to make that run, we made about a $3 move to the upside. $3 move to the upside, 0.5%, and now we gave that back up. And we're basically at $1.79, $1.80. Okay. So we are inside. Inside. So if you continue to believe in the fact that we're going to continue to push lower, your job becomes, okay, catching the pop, waiting for the drop, and then a break. If you believe this is as low as we get, your job becomes looking for reclaims, and you're looking for price to establish strength above those key levels. All right, so we are trending to the downside on this current shift. So bears will look for those pops, drops, and breaks with some in pursuit of some follow through to the downside. Okay, let's see that 5. Let's see if we get that continued push. Okay. Smash the like button on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. How many likes do we got? Didn't get a like check yet. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe. We're on the verge of closing in on 2,700 subs. I believe we can do it by the end of this week. Okay, so help us get us there. We can only get there by you liking the video. So if you did miss yesterday's episode, that's available on the channel. Okay. That's available. 50 likes will do the giveaway. 50 likes will do the giveaway. We're at 22 likes. So it's 11 o'clock. We have a new hourly candle, top of the hour candle. New 15-minute candle. If we break below these lows, we continue. These are the lows there in question. If we break above these highs, we might see a 5-minute reversal back to the upside. And that would be a nice reclaim, potential push back to VWAP, so on and so forth. Inverse cup in hand. I can see that if you're using this as all the way back here. I can see the entire inverse. But if you're using it from here to here, I can also see that potential handle here. Took puts on the Qs 11%. Beautiful job. Yes, slow grind higher in the VIX. 688.40 might be coming. 688.40. I can see that. If it can hold below 688.84, 688.20 is next. That's that PMH. Okay, that's that PMH. And now we just took a trip to the upside and tripped back to where we were. All right. So we essentially dug a hole to fill the hole. Okay. So this key zone will be critical. All right. So PMH and daily 50% retrace. Yeah, right at the orb as well, right there. Everything's coming back for the retest. The Dow's at VWAP, IW's at VWAP. So if you're looking for reclaim on IW, get back above PMH. Look for those hammers. If there's no hammers, if you're looking to go long, continue to wait. They're paying the bears here. They're paying the puts. The puts are printing here. Puts are printing. Waves are waving. Now we're still inside. We haven't taken out first shift highs. We haven't taken out first shift lows. We just essentially, now we reversed. Close to 60, close to 70% of the entire move. Okay. Yeah, so we're below that equilibrium. Now we're below the 50-50. We just went, boom, we just dropped about $2 drop. $2 drop. So if you're a bear, just look for those breakdowns. Let's take a listen to what the president has to say.
Oh, no, you cannot do that. Yes, I can do that. And I will do that. Even for national security, I'll do that. But this is for medical security. And 100%. Now, let me explain. The tariff I'm imposing on you is 42 times more expensive than what I'm asking for you in return. So you can either have a 25% tariff added on to you.
Tariff,
like
tariff, keyword, tariff.
Fentanyl. I put a
Tariff, keyword.
penalty tax on China, and it's drying up because the tax is far more than they make with fentanyl. But with the other nations. I said, you're going to do it? And you know what he said? You can do that to me. I said, yes, I can. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be that bad. You just have to explain it to your people, your 39 million people, that, by the way, don't vote by mail. They vote on paper ballots. They tried voting by mail, and there was fraud all over the country. We're the only country that votes by mail, essentially.
Don't know what happened
there. You know
there.
that, right? You know, Speaker, that's another thing. We're the only country that's stupid.
Okay, let's see if that continue to drop. So do we go all the way back, guys, and reset and get back that daily open? What are we thinking here? Look at that daily candle so far. What does that look like? That looks like a shooter. That looks like a shooter. We're back below the orb. Let's see how long the president has been speaking. So it looks like he's been speaking for over an hour. So not sure at the exact time. I believe Joe sent it to us at yeah, the cup, inverse cup and handle. Yeah, we can potentially brew in there. What time was it? Yeah, 10:30. All right, so clear, push the downside. Multiple breaks to the downside. See if we get back to our starting point. So if you capitalize off of this, tremendous job. If you capitalize off of this, tremendous job. So I did take 3 trades up to this point. All 3 trades stopped out. Speaking of rambling, close out 29%. Beautiful job, Gary. Off of this break, I believe this one could be 29%. This one is probably 100. $15 continues. No signs of buyers stepping up on the 15. No signs of buyers. Take a look at the futures. Working on my other account now. Shorts for now. Beautiful job. Same company, right? Carla. Funded next. Okay, we're back to square one. So the pivot, the main thing is, guys, okay, so if you are going to take anything away from it, this. So as soon as the VIX came into this territory, for us to continue to make that push into ATH, we need that breakdown to take place. All right, so when you see that bounce, the opposite thing takes place. Of course, we start breaking down. So that's what kind of fed us into that breakdown. All right, so the most important thing is sometimes just knowing what took place, how it unfolded, understanding the mechanics, and looking to do that another time. All right, because now you have an understanding of why this level was so important. Right? So now we're at that 15. If we continue, if we show some signs of life above 15, continue to push. Buyers don't step up off of this zone here. We can work our way back into the bottom of that gap from that December 29th and go all the way back to PML. That'd be wild. But we are inside. We're still inside on the hourly. We have about 22 minutes left until we get another shift. You guys have been crushing it today. I think it's me who's just been asleep at the wheel. That was a beautiful opportunity there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. How are we doing on YouTube? Do you have an email? Email for what? I wait for a pullback at least into that into the weekly. Okay, so 96% of you trade zeros. So for the ones who said you trade zeros, what is the mechanics or entry? Do you scale into your position? Is it one shot, one kill, meaning you take one entry? Right? Do you get a starter position going? Yeah, that cup and handle, I can see it, right? Buyers are stepping in here, see if it's legit. See if it's legit. The waves are waving to the downside. So for the buyers to really start shifting the structure, they need to take out 689.20. 689.20 is what they need to take out. And potential inverse head and shoulder out of here is the best bet. All right, so left shoulder ahead, come into that territory, create that neckline, revert back into this territory, maybe dip into that inefficiency, then go. That also coincides with that unicorn setup you guys like. The one that JB likes, right? The unicorn setup, grab those lows, market structure shift up there, wait for some sort of inefficiency, get that breaker, and then go. What will support that is, of course, the VIX creating separation to the downside, back below 15, working its way to that 1491, 1485, so on and so forth. Okay, on the 5. So if you're looking for the bottom on the 5, whenever you get those reversals, guys, remember, you're going to be trading against the grain. You're swimming against the current. The EMAs are going to be there initially. The waves are going to be there initially. All right, so your TPs initially with the majority can be those EMAs and those waves. And if it shows some signs of life, you can use those runners to see if you can get above those levels. All right, so this is all early entry before the shift takes place. The market structure shift, that is. If we can come and grab these lows in third, I'll be there for it. Or if we go inverse back to upside, I'll be there for it. Back to VWAP, gravitation back towards VWAP. The 5, we're already going back to the upside. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Is this it? Is this the bottom? Is this the bottom? For now? That 5 is already taken off. 5 breaker is 688.91. That's if you take the strat reversal, that's already taken off. The 5 hammer is already gone. So these are the highs. Those highs coincide with this resistance. First touch, second touch, third touch. If we take out those highs, we start shifting. Okay, shifting structure, potential new cycle upcoming. If we go double top, take out these lows, that's invalidated. Okay, that 15 is also hammering here on the 1. Of course, we're colliding with the waves on the 1, guys. Don't forget, on the 1, we're colliding with those waves. So in this particular juncture, bullish or bearish? Bullish or bearish? Put in the chat. At this particular time. From this instance, from 11:13 all the way to 11:30. Are you bullish or bearish? Yep, see the hammer on the 5? If you're playing the dead cat bounce on the 1, 688.90 is a trigger. This is the risk. Okay, see if you get a hold below 688.84 for a 5-minute dead cat bounce, possibly. I like that slide to the downside. See there's some follow through. That 5-minute shooter starting to work its way. If we get back to 688.89, 688.90, I'll take it to the downside for a potential scalp into those lows. All right, a little late to the party, but better late than never. Keeping a close eye here if we get a wick. Keeping a close eye. If we just break it here, I'll just flip. Right. But the most important highs are here. Those are the most important highs. We have not shifted structure until we take out those highs. All right, so if I do take it to the downside, if we get that nice push back to the downside, break below this candle's lows on the 5. 688.75. We go shooter back to downside, 5-minute dead cat bounce. Okay. That would be the trigger. Okay, so break below 688.84, 688.75 territory. That 10-cent spread. And the risk is going to be very tight. So what the invalidation marker is, basically a breakout. If you're looking to the breakout, if you're looking for that breakout, you just wait for that break, shift to that structure. All right, so in that case, you want to continue to push above this candle's high on the 5. You want that to get taken out. I want the VIX to continue to push higher, in this case, above that 15. See if we can drop below 688.84. Come back in a little bit. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. See if we can get this one to go in our favor. So I'm in the puts here. My risk for the puts is basically a fourth wave. These highs right there, 689 flat. 689 flat is my risk. I want the VIX to continue to catch a bit above that 15. I'm in the puts here. So don't want to see a breakout. I want to see some follow through back to that 688.65, playing that continued push to the downside. All right, so VIX stay above 15 would be great. Risk, no violation of 689. Those things no longer are valid, then I get stopped out because the last thing I want to be is involved in a breakout. Okay, breakout to the upside, and I'm in the puts. Okay. Okay, 689 is that risk. No close above there. Down 8, down 9. Not getting the best fills today. No excuse. Still got to trade it. So it's right here on the fence. Down 10. Okay, want that VIX to stay above 15. Want us to stay below 689. Want this sell block to be respected. Giving about 10 to 15% risk. Getting very tight here. Almost getting stopped out. Okay, I'll cut it right there. At 12. Stopped out for 12. All right, stopped out for 12. We're back about 689. Try to take the puts here. So I believe that's 3 or 4. Yeah, 4 trades. All stop outs. All stop outs, all 4 trades. So 0 for 4 today. Wanted to see if I can get some follow through below that level, but just couldn't get that follow through. Okay, couldn't get that follow through. Again, for us to make those high, that the push into those highs, we need to take out those highs up here. That's 689.72. Okay, so three trade this shift, all stopped out. We're still not out of the woodwork here. If we can break this structure, okay, there can possibly be another slide, but it just got beyond my risk. All right, it just seems today, as soon as I enter the position, I'm already down 5, 6, 7%. All right, that can be improved with my entry. That can be improved with my entry. So this is the path the bulls are taking to the upside. So if this gets compromised, we could potentially slide. If they can continue to respect this, they can take that all the way back to that 689.20. So probably have one more trade left in the tank, and if it's over 5, then I just gotta call it. I think a lot of it is driven by these trades up here. Might have been a little bit driven by the fact I was kind of not waiting for that confirmation, maybe fueled by this miss here. Right, could be, but still within risk. So I'm okay with it. Okay, critical juncture here. Do we break or do we break out or break down? Out or down? Still catching the orb. Going to stop here. Need to head out 1 or 2 grand a day. Beautiful job, hero. Finally one green trade. Made the difference, running 100%. Small red so far. Caught those 688, 689s. Beautiful, beautiful. Still catching the orb. Yep, orb is right there. If you go all the way back, orb is actually right there. Yep, 688.55. 688.55. Right here. 65, 688.65. President still talking. Too risky to take the orb when everything is against the waves. I'm green today. Mainly observing. Again, if you're green, stay clean, guys. If you're green, stay clean. Protect your green, protect your profits. VIX is back below 15. I think the door is opening up for the bulls to take charge here. Hi there. Can you talk about the upcoming boot camp course, the payment, how long it's going to take, what time it starts? Absolutely. We'll go over that here in just a few minutes. All right, we'll go over everything we have to offer. We're going to go over the boot camp. We'll go over everything, okay? If you're just joining us, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Long time since I had an 0-4 type of day, but it happens. It happens. Still have to keep your composure. Still have to look for your setups. Still have to manage risk. Still have to stay contained. Stick to the plan. Speaking of stick to the plan, kind of gravitate away from the plan today. That rejection zone, right? Let the shift close out, and then we'll look to take another trade. So once 11:30 comes up, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about all that, Tim. We do have the boot camp this weekend, guys. Boot camp this weekend. This Saturday, January 10th. We're shooting for one boot camp a month. We're still in the Getting Started Day Trading Series. Okay. We are still in that series. Yeah, that hammer go was the best way. Okay, so back to VWAP. Now can we hold? We've shifted the structure officially. We got a low, we got a high, we got a higher high. Okay, so we're using this as the push to the upside. I've just been on the wrong side of the trade today is what it looks like. Rather than the setup itself, it's just been on the wrong side. Right here, right there. Just getting caught on the overextension. Right, buying high, selling higher. Still inside in second shift. So in second shift, we're still inside. So we have not taken out those highs. We have not taken out those lows. We came close to that daily open. We bounced. We came close to that pre-market high, and then we bounced. Okay, so the bulls are using this as their way back to 690. Can we hold above that key zone? If we can, get back above VWAP, 690 is that runway. Okay, nice breakdown on the VIX. Nice breakdown on the VIX. VIX is back below 15, aggressively selling off. So is this rejection going to send us all the way to the floor, or is it going to send us right to this key level? 15-minute candle, we are seeing a reversal. See if we can hold enforcement for the next 4 minutes. Okay. So President is still speaking. So he's scheduled to speak at 2 o'clock. I don't know how he's going to do that. So he spoke for over 2 hours, and then he's scheduled to speak at 2 o'clock, according to the calendar here. Let me refresh it real quick. Yeah, at 2 p.m. So I'm not sure if this is going to go until 2 p.m. and it's going to just continue to talk. Okay. All right, we're paying attention to the spot here on the side screen. So let's jump right into the boot camp and all the offers. All right, and then we'll be right back. We'll get back into the chart. So this weekend, like I just said, it is the boot camp. All right, there's multiple ways to take advantage of the boot camp, multiple ways to sign up. First things first, you want to definitely be in the free tier Discord. That's absolutely for free, available to everyone. Let's continue to build a community there. On that side, when you do join, you have access to community, free community there, 24/7 stock market news feed, especially in news cycle based news headlines coming out every few hours. You need to be aware of what's going on and what the important news is. So this is very specific and pertains to the stock market. Catalyst events, free trading journal, live trading via YouTube, educational tools, daily giveaways, trader resource. That's absolutely for free to show my appreciation. That's going to be there. So again, potentially considering removing this, okay? But get in while you can. But the best way is, of course, to do the trial. So you can jump in our community, do the trial. 9 spots left, take advantage. You get access to free trading, live trading every single day, 3 to 5 plus hours of live trading and training, high win rate alerts, SPY trackers, trading floor, swing trades, long-term ideas, automated technicals, 100 plus stock watch list, thousands of hours of videos. Yes, thousands of hours, guys. 15 plus 100 hours of live trading video, day trading course, 5-hour course, Shockwave 15 course. Of course, you get to be a part of our community as well. You get to be part of our team for the delay-free, ad-free stream. If you want to take advantage of the bootcamp, there's a couple of ways to do it. One way is to get the yearly. When you get the yearly bundle, you get access to the 12-month access to our community. One payment, 365 days of access. You get the bootcamp ticket. You get the coaching call as well. All included there, you save 65%. When you do the trial, guys, use the code TRIAL30. The code on the screen on YouTube is wrong. New is not going to work. Okay, so that's not going to work. Use the code TRIAL30. TRIAL30 will save you 25%. All right, so if you're in the free tier, go for the trial. If you're in the trial, you're ready to lock in here. Right, so it goes through phases. As far as the boot camp is concerned, this is the boot camp. So when we do, the boot camp is scheduled for this Saturday. What is the boot camp? What are we going to cover? Okay, market fundamentals, trading fundamentals, platforms, tools, resources, market structure, trends, support, resistance, chart patterns, candlesticks, indicators, master 3A plus setups for high probability trades, calls, puts, Greeks, navigating the options chain, selecting contracts, managing emotions, building discipline, developing consistent trade routines, step-by-step trade execution, post-trade review, paper trading, back testing, forward testing, roadmap to consistency and growth. So all of that, all those pillars will be covered. All right, it's going to take about 4 to 5 hours after we ran this boot camp twice. The first one took about 5 hours and some change. The second one took about 4 hours. All right, so this one block out about a 4 to 5 hour chunk of time. All right, it's a lot of things we're going to cover. If you're a beginner, you're going to be drinking through a fire hose. If you're experienced If you're a veteran, if you've been around the block a few times, this is going to be a refresher. Plus, you're going to pick up a few different perspectives on how to navigate certain chart patterns and a couple of my setups as well. So there's something for everyone here. Something for everyone here. All right. So the way you sign up for it is you click the link, you make the payment, and you'll receive an email on Friday for the link to join the bootcamp on Saturday. Very straightforward. So if you're on access to that, the yearly bundle comes with that access, or you can buy it independently. If you're on access to the Getting Started Day Trading course itself, the self-paced course, which covers all this stuff as well, self-paced, you can make the payment here, get access to it, or you can join the community, okay, and you have access to it as well. So when you join the community, you'll notice there's more benefits. Okay, there's more benefits, and a lot of the things are included in there already. Okay, so that's how you join. Make sure to sign up. I do want to do a giveaway for a few spots this week. Okay, but we need to get 50 to 50 likes by 1 o'clock. We can do it. So make sure to sign up while you can. And the next boot camp is probably, I'm still not done working on the next phase of the boot camps. So we'll probably do one more Getting Started series, and then we'll work our way out of the Getting Started and go cover some more detailed, some more deep dive on specific things, maybe more that pertaining to scalping and the exact strategy and how to use the environmental factors along with the VIX, along with the setups, along with different things to look for, textbook setups, more of that style. Right, but the Getting Started, I want to make sure that everyone that comes in contact with our channel has the foundational understanding. Okay, you can't build, you can only go as high as your foundation. If you don't have a proper understanding, right, everything you learn on top of, everything you learn at a higher level, it means nothing. Okay, you're going to revert back to what you know. Okay, so make sure to sign up for that and take advantage. For those of you who did sign up, okay, wait for email. Email will be sent to you. For those of you who are alumni, all right, send me a message in the Discord with your email. All right, I'm going to include you there as well. Alumni meaning anyone who purchased the first boot camp, second boot camp, you have access to this one as well. If it's the same series, you have access to it. If you're on the yearly tier, send me your email in the Discord. All right, say, hey, George, I want to be part of the boot camp. Okay, and I'll take your email and I'll send you that link as well. Okay, so that's what we got going on, and that's how you sign up and take advantage. Any questions? Let me know if you have any questions. See if you get that nice breakdown here. Back the downside. What I'm really interested in, guys, for the calls is the sweep of these lows. So there's two things I can do here. Catch that breakdown into these lows, or wait for the breakdown to come to these lows and first shift, second shift grab. All right, second shift grab. So I'll probably just wait for the grab. Okay, so far, 4 trades, 3 ideas, all stopped out. A couple of these I could have done a better job in managing the opportunity. This one here, maybe shooting 1 shot by being a little more patient. That's okay. 2 shots, that's fine as well. It's hard to go back. You can't correct the past, right? So it's just a matter of saying, hey, you know what? Did I manage risk to the best of my ability at that particular time? And if the answer is yes, then you do what you can. Okay? Okay. So far on the day, red on the day, inside on the 5. He needed a lot of coke. See you guys tomorrow. Absolutely. Hero, great job. Anyone babysitting any positions? We'll do the poll real quick. We'll do the poll. Our team, look at guys, when you join, you get to be part of our team. So our team, tremendous community. Everyone shares, everyone helps one another. Focused, dedicated, supportive community. All right, so not a lot. There's no gatekeeping. There's no. I have this strategy and I'm not sharing. Right, everyone voluntarily shares, and you can see the performance of the folks in the community. So I'm the laggard today. So I'm the laggard today. I'm acting like the Qs. $99 only for enrollment, or do you have another fee? So $99 flat fee. Of course, there's taxes, so on and so forth. So $99 is the cost of the boot camp. All right. That's four plus hours. It's an absolute steal, guys. 4+ hours. So make sure you take advantage. The same kind of information can go for 5, 10, 15,000. Some of the people that do have these courses, you guys know the environment. I mean, we're not blind to the landscape. Okay. So if you want, I'll do the bootcamp giveaway all week. So all week, I'll do the bootcamp giveaway. But we need to hit that like threshold, guys. Like threshold, and our goal is 2,700 subs. So we're still a small channel. Call since 11:23. Okay, so let's rewind to 11:23. Is that Eastern time? I know you're in. Okay, so 11:23 is all the way here. So you did see a nice little pop to the upside. Couldn't catch a bid back above 689.42. Rejection out VWAP. Look at this, triple inside. This is a rarity. Okay, so make note of this. So far we've saw one triple inside. We probably see anywhere from 6 to 10 of these occurrences throughout the year. So triple inside. Okay, triple inside here. See if you get that full breakdown here, all the way back below 688.84. Okay. We're starting to break. Looks like it wants to pursue these lows. If it comes and pursue these lows, sweep these lows, I'm leaning towards looking for those calls. So those are the two options. Option one is taking the breakdown into this and using it as your target, or waiting for it to break down to this territory and looking for bullish activity in this area. Those are the two options. Okay, those are the two options here. So is this the first accumulation breakdown? Legit. So, but both of them, guys, there haven't been really any major pullbacks. It's just been a massive push to the upside, minimal pullbacks, a couple of bounces here and there, and a significant drop with a couple of 1 minute. You can't even see this on the 5. Right? It's not going to translate to the 5. So both of them, like, it's basically a high scoring game and it's tie. All right. So the Bulls come out the gate, score 21 straight points. Bears come out, score 21 straight points. Okay, so this is the kind of activity I can equate what took place up to this point to. High scoring game, but it's tied. Or close to being tied. Okay? Just chop, chop, chop. And if it means end of the day, 4 stop outs, I don't mind end of the day here. And we are going to do a small account, small medium account challenge at some point, maybe the February or late January. I just want to figure out how I want to do it. So I want to take my regular trades and also have a small account as well. All right, so we'll see how we're going to do that. So we're going to do a lot of things this year. We'll do a lot of things. We'll give the futures another shot, be a little more disciplined. I did take the Top Step. We did do a side quest on Top Step a few months ago. If you didn't join us, it took me a couple of attempts to pass. And quickly blew the account. Right, so we'll give it. We'll look to entertain whatever opportunity is available. Utilize the vehicle because I know there's a lot of traders who have to resort to the funded accounts to build their consistency, and eventually use that to fuel and fund their own account. All right, but there's a responsible way in doing that, and a lot of folks on our team, they do trade those accounts. All right, I'm just working on behind the scenes how to properly structure it so we can responsibly engage. Okay, responsibly engage. If you can't responsibly engage, it's only going to lead to analysis paralysis. There's going to be too many things to do. All right, we already have our bread and butter with SPY. We have the mega caps from time to time. Okay. In this area, if we continue to chop those, the ones might be the best way to go. The 1 DTEs, right? Those zeros are quickly losing value. I don't like when ATR is below. I like the IV to be 20. Right? At least 15 to 20. Right? If it's in that 10, if it's in that 9 area, all right, those contracts need an outsized move on the underlying to really start to appreciate. If we take a look at the IV, the ATR itself, under 60. Our threshold is 60 and 20. Those are the ideal conditions. Think of it as the weather. Okay? Perfect weather. So perfect weather, ideal conditions for us, for our 0 DTEs, is 20 ATR, 20 IV, and 60 ATR. When we get a little above that, things get a little more volatile, so we need to put the proper protocols in place. When we get below that, things get very, very dicey. You see that manipulation candle there? So with zeros, you can be wiped out there. Easy wipeout. So it's either you go further dated or you use your patience as a weapon. Weaponize your patience. Continue to be patient. Continue to be patient. I'm going to play this trap here. I'll be there for it. Okay. First shifts, lows, grabs. So that you can kind of see that cup and handle. This is the handle. Breakdown. Anyone playing the breakdown, if you are, tremendous job. Let's get the likes up. I want to do the giveaway for the boot camp, guys. You're eligible to win the boot camp. Okay. But we need to get the likes up. If you're done for the day, put down in the chat, strikers. Okay, let me take a look at the likes here as we approach 12 o'clock. Okay, we're at 28. Let's get to 30 and then 40, and then we'll be 10 away. Had a quick question, if you don't mind. Artem. Of course. Triple inside is simple. Triple inside just means this. On the 5. All right, whatever time frame. All right. So this is, say this is your candles range. regardless of what direction it's going. In this case, let's just say it's just a candle and a vacuum. Now the next candle, okay, is here. Is inside this candle, harami. Now this candle is inside this candle. Okay, there's a very rare occurrence. Okay, and then if it continues, it becomes triple inside. But in our case, we were triple inside. We broke those highs, went hammer, and then went back to the downside. So this tells us that there's a lot of choppy activity. Right, so we're not expanding. We're just, it's getting tighter, it's getting tighter, getting tighter. So what does this look like, right? Well, if you take a look at it, the more we contract, this starts to look like a bilateral pattern. Okay. So what that means is it can go either way. If it's going to go, it's going to go. So this is not expansion, this is contraction. It's getting tighter, getting tighter, getting tighter. Okay, and the expansion is the opposite. All right, it's like a broadening formation. When we're expanding, we're typically doing this. Okay, we expand, and then we start hitting the top of the expansion, hitting the bottom of the expansion. Okay, this is what the expansion looks like. All right, with broadening formation. So it's the opposite of expansion. So that's what the triple inside is. So you don't see that a lot. You don't see it a lot. So what that translates to on the one is, look what, since the closure of that 1120 candle, we haven't been really going anywhere. We made this high, we got this low, we made this low here. If this low is going to be that, if this low is going to be that higher low, this high must be taken out. Okay, ATR is starting to drop. We made two moves here. That was the chance. Okay, so now this is the tricky part. They gave these two moves. Those two moves are available. So the hard time traders have are applying these expectations here. JB, that flag right here, I can see it as well. This one right here. Into a potential higher high. Good call. Adidas. Yeah, looks like an Adidas. But Adidas would be more of more like this. Adidas would be more of a Adidas pattern would be more like that. Right? Equal lows, relatively equal lows, and lower highs. Okay? So that's what the triple inside is. See how that translates on the 5? On the 15, this is what we got so far. Okay, past 2 days. Okay. Prior day, we gap up, get above that daily upside breaker. Slow grind expansion, if you recall. Gap up. All right, and to close out the day, we go downward compression. So we gave up a majority of those gains that we did see. Today, no gap up, but right out the gate, we expand. We get above prior day's highs. Okay, we dropped below it. Now we're trying to reclaim and establish control back above it. So back-to-back days, we did take out those prior highs, and now we're trying to keep that enforcement. Yesterday we kept that enforcement, and of course we already recaptured this gap. This has already been filled. Prior to this, we had no price history in this territory. Now we have price history. So after today, this would be filled. So above these highs, above the current session highs, the only high that we have to work with is the all-time high. That's it. Okay. Keep a close eye on VWAP there. All right. So this is that higher low. See if you can recapture VWAP. See if we can recapture that VWAP. If we can, that'd be great. In that case, we need price to stay below VIX, plus stay below 15. So now we're back above that weekly upside breaker. Stay above it. Stay above that VWAP. And now we can start pushing back up. If we start throwing that fib all the way back from the move took place at 9:15 before the open, all the way to those highs, you can see we basically came to that midpoint. So it's going to come down to, can we reclaim VWAP? We got our low. We got our low. We got our high. We got our low. We need to take out these highs. And the good thing is these highs are now shift highs. So decisive reclaim of VWAP is what's needed. Okay, so the pressure is on the bears now. All right, the ball is in their court. Okay, the bulls are starting to wake up. They're starting to wake up. So as far as entry is concerned, okay, you can look for above VWAP in pursuit of 690. That key zone, this runway. If you're bullish. So you want a decisive declaration above VWAP, victory. Okay. Break and hold, break and retest. If you're bullish. Or you want to see if this leads to potential double top, leads us to kind of fizzle, and then come back and then start pushing back up. Okay. Okay, 20 more likes, guys. Let's get 20 more likes. All right, I want to see if you can get above that VWAP, get back above that equilibrium if you're looking for that. All right, start doing your due diligence now. That's what that risk reward looks like, 50 cents. I'm going to go 1 DTE here. Okay, to sit through a little bit of back and forth. Looking at the 689s. Or the 60. You can look at the 690s are cheap as well, but the ATR is atrocious. The IV is atrocious, but so if you're looking for a $1 move, that's about 40 to 60 bucks. Okay, so I'm looking at the 690s. I look at the 690s at the money. See if you're gonna close above that 689.37. What we really want to see is declaration above VWAP. The Qs are starting to wake up as well. Qs need to reclaim VWAP. 620.81 is VWAP. Okay, 620.81 is VWAP. We'll have an alert on that on the Qs. The Dow making an all-time high once again. The Dow making an all-time high once again. Okay. So naturally, that double top is there. Let's see if that can pull back into that weekly upside breaker. Okay. That view up is strong. All right, just waiting for that confirmation. Okay, allows us not to fall susceptible. Man, what a drop. What a drop. If you worked your way back to break even, beautiful job, Gary. All right. If you're done, be done. If you're done, put done in the chat. I don't see any dones in the chat. All right, if you're green, guys, protect. This is just grindy. You got to really fight for your profits in this area. All right. So if you're already green, why would you do more work? You don't want to put more work on your plate. You already did your work. So you took advantage. And you're set. Okay. So as long as the support holds, we're moving to the upside. Okay. We got a high here. We got somewhat of a, this is an equal high. Okay. VWAP, brick wall. I'm done for the day, waiting for tomorrow's red folder catalyst. Beautiful, beautiful. Keep in mind, we're inside. A plus setup waiting for me here. All right, so sometimes what happens is, right, you have an A plus setup waiting for you and you get kind of distracted by low-hanging fruit. And then you end up deploying capital here and completely forget you are looking to deploy capital somewhere else. So patience will be critical. Okay, patience will be critical. If you're waiting for that VWAP reclaim, for that push into 690, you want to see a 5-minute closure above VWAP. You can use that 5-minute candle as low as your risk. The reason why I want to play this is because this is where the algos will probably start stepping in. All right, grab these lows and then really drive it higher. Right now we are inside. Inside as can be. As far as individual names, let's go over the individual names here. Roblox taking a hit. Man, Roblox fell off a cliff. Tesla. Right, got a nice pump, right? Nice little bull trap there. I sold off on Friday because of the weak delivery numbers. Got the sentiment excited, all buyers excited. They get trapped into today, falls off a cliff today. They get trapped yesterday, falls off a cliff today. Now Tesla's trading below the weekly downside breaker. Mara also started the downside. Bitcoin is looking to head back to that 91K. AMD down 3%, fell off a cliff. CRWV, nice fall, fell off a cliff. CRWV 70 looks interesting once again. Robinhood, pulling back. Robinhood looking good. Weekly upside breaker. Tested these EMAs. Robinhood. Okay, so Robinhood, that 115 left the station already. All right, so now between this 118.58, 119.58 into that 120. I'm keeping a close eye on Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood, keeping a close eye. Spotify down 2%. MO, WMS, Coinbase giving back some of the gains from yesterday. Baba down 2%. SAP down. CRCL down. PLD down. Roku down as well. Biggest winners. Warby Parker. Okay, they're up 11%. mRNA up 9%. Wolf up 7%. LRCX, Lam Research. MU. Right, MU just continues to push. Made all-time highs once again. So MU is the number one name in the S&P, guys. So MU is the number one name. DG continues to push. Uber up 4%. Bounce off that weekly upside breaker on Uber. Okay, SPY setting up here. Let's go back to SPY real quick. All right, so in this case, if you're bullish above this daily upside breaker, you need a triple top break and hold. You need a break. So this is resistance. You need this to flip from resistance to support. Okay, until it's flipped. UPO. All right, UPO. So Robinhood. Well, I'm still watching SPY here on the side screen. Uber. Weekly upside breaker retest. NFCX DE Snap up 3%. Snap just snapped. Lyft. Lyft is another name that took off. Okay, so we're seeing some movement in some areas. Isolated names. Google down. Tesla down. Broadcom holding up. Lilly holding up. Amazon continues to rip. Amazon is directional. Amazon 235 retest, weekly upside breaker as well. Those two levels go inside. Netflix 90. 90 needs to hold. Hold on to dear life. Okay, 90. Meta coming back to that 650. I love Meta at 640. Palantir 180 is back below at JPM. JPM is coming close to that retest. Right, JPM already ran away. So now JPM at best is a retest. Between monthly upside breaker, we're directional there, and that prior all-time highs. Right, look what it did. It came right back into it and then bounced. So you can see prior monthly highs, monthly upside breaker, prior all-time highs, comes into it, bounces. Apple falling off a cliff. Robinhood keeping a close eye here. So Robinhood is the name I'm going to pay attention to. Nvidia not doing much there. XYZ, CMG, Walmart. If you have any chart requests, it's the time to go over your charts. SoFi just fell off a cliff. All right, SoFi was trading close, trying to get above that, trying to get to 30. Came close, got to 29.86, and just completely fell off a cliff. Now SoFi has a chance of going engulfing, 3 down engulfing here. 3 down, possibly brewing. If SoFi can't get its act together and reclaim this territory. So this is an area, pivotal area between 2660, 2670. So if you're bullish or bearish, you look for 2 different markers. Okay, this is going to be a critical stomping ground, battleground. All right, so if you're bullish, this can be a potential retest. Right, retest of these highs once again, but it needs to decisively get above it. If you're bearish, you're loving this momentum because we took out those highs and now we're below the 50% retrace, and now there's a good chance as long as we stay below it, we target these lows, and that weekly candle turns into an engulfing candle on SoFi. Okay, 3 down. CRCL, APP, falling off a cliff. CRCL, give back some of those gains. So some sectors that continue to lead. SMH. So SMH continues to lead, primarily being driven by MU. Okay, MU, because NVIDIA, okay, not doing much. AMD, not doing much. Falling off a cliff. TSM, okay, gapped up, selling off intraday. Okay, INTC, not doing much. What's really holding up semiconductors is MU. AVGO, okay, dropped yesterday, starting to get itself together. LRCX and MU are what's holding everything up. It's not NVIDIA. LRCX all-time highs. TXN. Look at the TXN. Texas Instruments. All right. So the sleepers and the semis are the ones that are moving. The sleeper names, the ones that don't get the role players in semis, are the ones that are outperforming. We know the star players are Broadcom. We know the star players are NVIDIA. So the role players are really carrying the entire sector. So you might look at the SMH and think, hey, semis are moving. So you got to be specific to which ones. All right, is it the stars or is it the role players? Do we get a break here? Finally get above VWAP? If we do, that would be great. Okay, if you take that 5-minute candle, that's that risk, 698.15. I want that hold above it. I'll be there for it with the 1 DTEs in pursuit of 690. So it's about a 40 cent opportunity. If you waited, pull the trigger, good to go. Conservative risk can be these lows down here. Okay, be up again. So you can see the difference. Rejection. Finally get that break. Get that break and hold as we pursue that 690. The Qs are on the verge of claiming VWAP. We'll get an alert for that once that does take place. So they've shaken out a lot of the longs here. A lot of the longs, all right, a lot of the retests, they all got shaken out. So this is a new cohort of buyers. Okay, so now they're let's see if they can drive it back above 690. So in this case, you're taking it from here, these highs, okay, to 690. If it gets above 690, that's great. But this is the official. This is the official opportunity. This is the window. So best practice would be to lock in profit majority as we get closer to those levels. All right, and then babysit runners. But you manage your position the way you want to manage it. So today the ideas have been much better than the execution on my end. So I need to improve that. Right, the ideas better than the execution. Sometimes that can be frustrating because you're getting a good read, but when you're executing, you're not seeing the fruits of your reads. Right, and sometimes that's just it happens like that. Okay. So far, 94% of the people on YouTube are trading 0 DTEs. All right. So this is already up 45 cents. That's already 1 to 1. Okay, I don't know why I didn't get an alert on the Qs, but the Qs are above that view up as well. Okay, see him come back for that retest. I'll be there for that retest. All right, it's already there, so it's hard for me to catch this. That's a small window, right? But if I'm trying to catch it from here to here, I have to be early in for the break of this, right? So the move already took place, kind of at the top end of hitting target. I already went 50. Okay. Keeping a close eye on Robinhood. Okay, keeping a close eye on Robinhood. I like how the market is rallying here on Robinhood. SPY is rallying. See if Hood can come back and test that 119.55. They're already starting to reverse on the 5. The 15 looks healthy. 15 looks healthy. We have 5 minutes left. So even if that 15, if you want to wait for that 15 turns into a hammer, you can use those 15-minute candles lows as your risk. So 5 minutes left on Robinhood. And you want to take that nice little break? Beautiful job. Beautiful job, guys. Beautiful job, Joe. Right, so remaining patient is going to be critical. Let it chop around, remain patient. If you're babysitting runners, great job. That's the best job to have. 12 o'clock, the best thing to do is babysit runners. Okay. Best thing to be doing is babysitting runners. All right, let's get 50 likes in the chat, guys. If you're just joining us, make sure to like. You are now tuned into the most value-packed live trading show. Okay, we go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We do have a private live, a pre-market game plan live that starts at 9 a.m. Eastern. That's exclusively available to our SPY Strikers team. Today's game plan, pretty straightforward. Short one moves fast. Beautiful job. Crushing the futures today, Carla. Again, share your futures ideas, guys. We have a lot of futures traders in there. Okay, exchange information. Done for the day, 4 out of 6. Green. Good. Way to make a comeback, Gary. I was going to go over the game plan. So SPY continues to go. So in the pre-market, this is the game plan. They sent out every morning. Okay. So the put zone, until proved otherwise, call zones. So that rejection that we saw this morning took place off this area. So you have zone 5, zone 4, zone 3, most important areas. So you got to start building your ideas in these areas. And of course, all the key levels. Okay. All right, reminders, guidelines, what is a runway, what is UPO, and the levels. They're sent out to you every single day. Every single day. So now when you're doing your pre-market planning, okay, it's not to make you change the things you're looking for, but to further edify what you're already doing. Some people don't have the time to do the pre-market prep. Say if you do work full time or their schedule doesn't work out to the point where they have availability at that particular time, that's a great point of reference. So you're coming into the day with a good idea. So the technicals are done. All right. So simply just following the game plan today would be the best approach, because we say if you're just using the rejection zone and the bound zone rejection zone only. So in this case, you're taking the puts there. You're not taking any calls. So in that case, you have to wait for some sort of entry trigger on the 5 to get the puts. Of course, we have the luxury of hindsight, but we can clearly see once that came in, that was the trigger. Okay, so you can just literally just wait for price against those zones, find that entry, and use one candle entry, one candle risk. Okay, so this is your entry for the puts. This is literally your risk. That's it. All right. One candle trading. All right, the zone is already provided. Okay, so now we're starting to build some momentum. Right, we've shifted the structure. We went equal highs. We didn't violate the lows with no lower lows, and we finally break out and reclaim VWAP. Okay, so now we're at that 690. All right, so systematically we worked our way back to 690. Absolutely, Gary. Great job on bouncing back. I watched half of your trading course video and gained more knowledge. Yeah, the trading course video is going to be helpful, guys. You're going to have to invest that time to go through it. But it's going to properly cover the basis. Okay? A lot of times when we're learning how to trade, there's no formal way to learn, right? Even for me when I was learning, it's just piecing a bunch of things together. So you watch a video here, watch a video there, watch a video there, watch a video there, watch the charts, see what works, see what doesn't. You're trying to just piecing things together as you go. Right? And you're basically navigating through YouTube. All right, and the thumbnails are getting more and more over-promising, under-delivering, so you might get tempted by that. All right, one strategy to do this, one this, one this, one this. You go down here, you go down there. Before you know it, you're trading five, six different strategies. Because you have to understand, guys, you can't trade two strategies simultaneously. Sometimes there are strategies that completely conflict. Okay, if you're trading smart money concepts, okay, you know premium and discount. Premium and discount means the areas where you want to build that. Okay, let me make this example. Okay, let's go over this real quick. All right, SPY continues to go. Pay attention to 690. Say you're going to implement a retail concept. Okay, just this retail concept, something simple as a VWAP. Everyone has a relative good understanding what the VWAP is. All right, and what's often said. All right, so what's often said with the VWAP and smart money. I'll show you how these two things conflict. All right, so this box would be retail. We're all retail, but just what it's referred to. What's commonly known. Okay. So above VWAP, calls. Below VWAP, puts. That's how a lot of people are taught. So they exclusively look for calls above VWAP, exclusively look for puts below VWAP. So VWAP becomes that line. When you're trading smart money concepts, you have something called premium and discount. Okay, premium and discount. So now, let's say for instance, in this case, okay, say this equal line, this middle line, in the middle is VWAP. Okay, so above this line, you get calls. Okay, above VWAP you get calls. When it's above VWAP you get calls. You exclusively look for calls, and below VWAP you look for puts. Very understandable. That's how 99% of traders think in the beginning. Okay, so now when you go over to smart money, it teaches the opposite. Okay. Okay. You have discount. And premium. It literally teaches the opposite. So you've been watching all these videos on VWAP and you stumble upon a video or a concept, and this tells you this is premium. This is referred to the premium. In the premium, you look to go short. In the discount, you look to go long. So do you guys get my point? So now, these two lines of thinking contradict. Both these things can't be true. So now, which one do you adopt? Both these things can't be true. One is telling you to get the puts up here if you're trading futures to go short up here. One is telling you to go long up here. So when we're traders, we're piecing things together as we go along. So there's no formal education available to us. And especially education in real time and education and that's you're being trained on. That's not available. Everything is taught through old data, back testing, after the fact, hindsight. Okay, we're all gazillionaires in hindsight. Okay, so you need to know when you're learning a concept, does it already contradict your existing belief? Say if you trade this and then you learn this, now everything here you learned is invalidated. Now you learn this. Now you go learn something else and this becomes invalidated. And now you're just running in circles. Okay? The SPY's starting to get out of here, starting to break and push. It's above that 690. What a move. Okay, so be mindful of that. Just reviewed my Discord checkpoint. And George, you are my sidekick. I've spent a long time with you on voice. Thank you for all your insight, 2025 and going forward. Absolutely. Carla, no problem. And this thing is gone. So today has been I've been managing risk well. Just missed setups, a couple of missed setups. But the ideas have been better than the execution. So I do need to clean up the execution on my end. And these are the opportunities we live for. This is literally what I show up for. So you got to be in position to capitalize off that. Okay? Okay, so be mindful if you don't have your bases covered, the things you're learning are going to contradict eventually. Okay, everything's going to contradict everything you know. Because each of those strategies, they want you to be mutually exclusive. Okay, when you're in the smart money camp, I talk about the camps all the time. When you're in this camp, okay, this camp looks down on this camp. All right, there's politics amongst the camps. All right, which is hilarious to me. All right, but you need to navigate through the noise, see what works for you, extract the core principles out of all the principles, and keep it as simple as possible. Be sharp on your risk management. Be poised under pressure. And just show up. Okay, whether you trade EMAs, whether you trade EMAs or VWAP, or you trade moving averages, you trade RSI, whatever you trade. It all works, guys. It's not one thing works, nothing else works. Everything works if you work it properly. But each of the different styles have to do with your personality, have to do with, does it give you enough confidence to pull the trigger? And are you disciplined enough to stick to it? Okay. So that's what I did with my strategy. Just extracting the best things out of everything. To build my strategy. All right. This thing has gone back above 690, so this is exactly what they did. Okay, so what they decided to do in this case, okay, is come into that. I mean, to make a move from this point on, from 915 all the way to all-time highs, we're going to need some sort of catalyst to fuel that. Okay, so we make this massive move, push for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 15-minute candles. Okay, so an hour and 15 minutes from 9:15. Then we drop once we got into that territory. We spend some time above 690. We can't hold above it. We slice right through it, and we chop around beneath the VWAP. We chop around beneath that weekly upside breaker. Recapture it, accelerate. So do you think we have more fuel now to push into all-time highs than we did earlier? Or are we gonna, and we have a potential push, or are we just gonna run out of fuel when we get into that session high? So if you're not in a position, the time you're looking for a position, say if you just missed everything, the opportunity is gonna look like this. Okay? If you're building your trading idea based on the fact that we can make a push into ATH, you believe that. Okay, so what you want to look for is, okay, anything below it is a front run. So you can't get in below that. Is see if you can get a break above 690.86, because your pursuit is this. This is what you're pursuing. All right. If we just say, hey, you're not involved in any of these levels. If you just want to play from this level to this level. Okay. For the folks from 690, from the 690 camp, right? You're making that 690 reclaim entry. All right. That was once the target from that reclaim, that VWAP reclaim that we discussed. So the 690 camp, their target is basically 690.86. Their ultimate desire is, of course, to get into all-time highs. But if you don't get into all-time highs, at least you have something to show for it. All right, so this can be the positioning into early move there, but the target is all the way here. So you can see how it's just, you have to break it up into pieces. All right, so this is the 690 cap. Everyone's below 690. This is their so the folks who got in here, well, that reclaim of that view up, that break of that resistance, triple top breakout. Right, your desire is from that break point to 690. That's your target. Once you get to that level, where you take a majority off, you manage accordingly. Best practice, take a majority off, and then now see if those runners can continue to run, or, right, you can, if you have, if you know how to properly do this, or you can wait for, you can take that off, have your cost basis from here. If you get a pullback at the 690, add in, and you're not paying market price. Add back in, add to a winner. So this is the three basic three components. All right, so from here to here, and the last cohort is from here to here. So now, what are the hazards or dangers associated with going along here? First shift trap. So you need to see clear, a break above it. Same thing that we saw here. You want this to repeat. Look at the profile of this break. Okay, you saw how it broke there. You saw how it broke here. So you need something similar up here. Okay, so my particular style is to get that to get an entry into another level. If that makes sense. So if I'm looking to take it there, I'm looking to maneuver an entry here into here that eventually leads into up there. Okay. Okay. Three trades green. Beautiful job, Carla. Good. You guys are getting after it today. Tremendous job. 12:30. Okay, new shift. These are the highs. So we're getting those moves, guys, but it just requires that patience. Let's get the likes up. We got 30 more minutes. If we can get 19 more likes in 30 minutes, we'll do the giveaway. For the boot camp, we'll do the giveaway. So smash the like button on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed. If you do subscribe to Gumroad, make sure to let me know in the chat so I can get you the access once you join the Discord. Follow the link in the Discord. Okay. Follow the link in the Discord. If you don't have access yet, let me know. All right. So the YouTube chat, not only is it a chat we can interact, it's also our support line. Okay. I see more of pullback than breakthrough. If we can pull back into 690, 06, 690, what I did here, I'll look to do here. So you see the difference? So in this case, I don't want to see what took place here take place here. In this case, what was the VIX doing? In this case, what the VIX doing? The VIX at 15, right? That's why execution, I could have done a better job executing today. Right, the reads were there. Required patience and required focus. Okay, VIX comes into 15. VIX comes into these lows. Reaction. Okay, and based off that reaction, look for something on the chart in the opposite direction. All right, so we are getting those moves. We're getting those setups, but it's requiring patience. And this is the first official week of January. All right, so I'm still getting a feel for how we're moving. Still making notes, getting a nice feel. And so far, low ATR conditions are still pushing. So the ATR conditions so far have been low. IV's been low. And this thing is up now 2-1. So the president is scheduled to speak at 2 o'clock. Okay. Let's take a listen to CNBC here, see what's going on there.
Give him, another huge boost. He improved training performance by 3.5x on Rubin chips. Now, let me just put that in perspective. It means you can get the exact same performance you get out of Blackwell for 1/5 the cost, right? That's better than Moore's Law. He's doing that every 12 months. The guy doesn't sleep. To keep up with them, not only do you have to come from behind, you have to somehow figure out a way to run faster. I think it's going to be very hard to do. So I think the shot across the bow, it becomes very hard for these custom ASICs. If you're OpenAI or you're Meta and you're building a custom ASIC to compete with these guys, it just got a lot harder yesterday. Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out. But I think in technology, from my perspective, listen, software's trading at a 2-decade low multiple, less than 5 times forward revenue. Why? Because people don't know what the future looks like. Internet's trading at low multiple.
Keep in mind, we did grab these highs. Okay, those are shift highs. I want to see what kind of response we get. Then we have first shift highs. These are third shift highs. Okay. Obviously, the balance is 690.06, 690. Continue to listen.
But you're trying to get something going here. I mean, it was, by the way, we have Josh's best stocks in the market coming up. Joe has a new move that I want to get to as well. And you did, Brad, make a call with us in June of 2024 at another period of uncertainty with software. See what you think now. I have a specific question for you, which I'll ask you next.
This is Mia. She wanted to take her brand nationwide.
Okay, we're at POC. See if we can hold above that POC, establish control over it. And the VIX is starting to bounce slightly. Those highs are right here. So does the market have enough fuel to get above this high and make this run? Or does it need to grab those highs, drop, grab a little more liquidity, fuel up, and push back up? on the 15. We're on a tear here on the 15. So the 15, 5, 10, 15 minute, 20 minute push, 5, 10, 15 minute drop, 15 minute drop, 15 minute pump, 15 minute drop, then 5, 10, 15, 30, 45, an hour. So an hour here, an hour there. So we're seeing the 15s have some continuation and follow through. We essentially went zig, zag, zig. Okay. That reclaim of that daily upside breaker. Played out nicely. Tesla's bouncing off those lows. Let's see, Tesla. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Tesla just, look at that flag break on Tesla. That's one for the ages. And Tesla does this, guys. Tesla is another animal. That's a $6 drop on Tesla. So first leg, another leg lower. Okay, potential another leg brewing on Tesla. All right, if you're a trend trader, what else is moving here? Google is starting to catch a bit here. Robinhood, I'm still keeping an eye on Robinhood. Robinhood still keeping an eye. We're double inside on the 15. Double inside on the 15 on Robinhood, so I'm keeping an eye right there. I want that hourly candle in the next 22 minutes to shape up and turn into a hammer. That would be great. 15-minute push to the upside on Robinhood would be great as well. So Robinhood, keeping a close eye. Lily pulling back, testing that POC. Amazon out of here. Amazon is headed towards that 243. Netflix recovery. Nice bounce off that. Fell below 90 temporarily. Reclaim that 90. Meta starting to bounce. JPM, PMH. Those Apple puts, all right, from yesterday would be printing today. But I didn't have any intentions of swinging those. Hood, see if Hood can bounce off those lows, 119.72. Okay, we're all the way at first shift highs, so we can see how did we respond to these highs. Did we trap? We just blasted past it. And then now we're above these highs now. So this is we're in the last stretch into ATH. Last stretch. Do we have enough fuel? That was a monster trade, guys. Anyone still in runners? If you are, congratulations. Yeah, MU is unstoppable. Okay, so here we are. So now for this last part, this is it. See, you can get a hold above that level. Want that 15-minute candle to hold above it. And look how close we are to ATH. Look, if we can come back to third shift highs, that'd be a decent, nice little pullback. Of course, this is a double top. MU, I want to see MU's PE here. MU's Trailing PE. MU versus Nvidia the next 10 years. See if we get a shooter. See if we get a shooter and take it back the downside into a potential pullback. Below 697.72. Need the VIX to start bouncing. This kind of going against the trend. So if you're bullish, you want this to lead to that drop. Okay, there we go. Look at that drop. $690.73. If we have continued strength on the VIX, that's going to be great. So 5-minute reversal in full pursuit. The target would be all the way down here. Of course, we're going to collide with some EMAs on the 1. We're going to collide with these highs as well. (15-minute), 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left on the 15. Yeah, you called MU a while back, Elion. So we got a trap up here. See if we can hold below 690.73. 690.73. So in this case, if you're bullish, you're waiting for this area to hold. Just sustain above it on the 15. What you don't want to happen is this turn into a shooter. Okay, you don't want this to go inverted hammer. Okay, that would be the signs of, that would be a sign of selling pressure. Done the midline here for a sec. All right. So you want this 15-minute candle to stay above. Stay above. You have to find your entry. Entry could be that bounce off these highs. You can wait for this 5-minute candle to close out. To see if you can reverse it. And keep a close eye on the VIX. Okay, we're holding below that 690.80.73. A minute left. Minute left here. Okay, we're back below. Trying to get back below these highs as well. About 36 cents all the way back to these EMAs, all the way to the target. It's about a 1-to-1. To the downside is about a 1-to-1 initially. Okay, so as long as the VIX holds that strength, it needs to hold this level. And we can get back one more time at that 690.73. Coming to this candle here. in the next 5 seconds. If we can hold enforcement below it, it can be the last chance for those sellers to push it back lower. If not, this is a retest of these highs. So these highs are holding up from third shift. On that 15, how are we looking on the 15? So new 15-minute candle here. New 15-minute candle here. Okay, the shorts, the bears tried to push it lower there, but they couldn't. Now we're in the clear. See if we can hold below 680.86. So nice little hold right there. So it grabbed it, trapped it temporarily, came into those highs, bounced. And now is that enough? Do we have enough fuel for that push, for that final push? That final push. Okay, final push. Do we make it to ATH, guys? What do you think? Do we make it to ATH? Put your thoughts in the chat. Do we make it to ATH? Okay, just use five for 5. 5-minute entry, 5-minute risk. All right, this was the time to shine. This was it. All right, this was it. All right, if you're present, if you're locked in, this was it. All right, everything else here is just overextension into that push. All right, because there's participants who paid a fraction of the price for the same thing you're trying to pay down here. Okay. If we fall back below 690.73 and this support starts to crack, VIX starts going north, I'll look to play the trap. Okay, I'll look to play the trap back to downside. I'll look to play the risk reward. Okay, so 690.73. Okay, so the same level here. And on top of that, if we break this support, my risk will be 691.10. 690.73 would be that entry. I'm looking at the 691 puts. 1 DTE. Okay, take it right there. See if we can get that continue to push lower. Okay, I'm in the puts here. Now I'm in the puts here. Okay, let's see if we can get a trade to work in our favor. All right, so in this case, playing risk reward. We know we're in an uptrend. We know we're getting close to ATH. We grab these highs. I'm betting on the bulls not having enough fuel. So they're going to have to engineer a little more liquidity prior to making that push to the upside. So playing that first shift grab trap. 1 DTE. Risk is 691.10. Okay, if we break below these lows, we're going to go engulf into the downside. If we did take this, manage accordingly. If we can break below here, that's going to be a great sign. Okay, that's going to be a great sign. This is a gravitation back towards the EMA. It's about a 1-to-1. We need that 5-minute candle to close out strong. It's about a 1-to-1 into these lows, and if we can get into the 690, That turns into 1.2, 1.1 to 1. Okay. If you're bull, all right, this is the only level you have to really get that bounce. What you're betting on is, hey, that level to hold. Okay. What you're betting on is the opposite, to break out of that resistance. Okay. Define your risk, allocate your risk. Let the probabilities play out. See, we get that nice break. We wick back above it. We might be using it as support, if you can see. So I don't want us to continue to push. Okay. Starting to push here. Back above first shift highs. Starting to break out somewhat of a symmetrical triangle up here as well. See if we can get back below 690.86. Okay. Breakout or breakdown. Now, this can really start to work in our favor once we get below 690.73 decisively. The VIX is starting to just be stable there. If it can just stay where it is, or go north or stay where you are. That's the approach. Go north or stay where it is. If it starts to drop below these lows, that's another sign. What could help is the fact that the dollar is pulling lower as well. Okay, we have an inside candle on the 5. We're in the jaws of the waves on the 1 probably, right? So we're shorting against the waves. If you're bullish, if you're just a wave, you can care less. You want to see that break. Right? That's what you want to look for. If you're going the opposite way. Okay. Starting to go here. Almost getting stopped out. Stop is all the way at 690.10. 690.10. So last bet is maybe a double top. But if it breaks those highs, accelerates, then we know they're going to try and run it up to 691.66. 691.66. At 691.10 is that risk. So this current 5-minute candle is directional. Right. Didn't get a complete close. Still kind of treating that support. So let's see while we hang out in this territory if we can make another run towards that 690.73. So if you take a look right here, so this is where we are. So this 15-minute candle is going to be everything. Right, if we get to close above that 691.09, then we're less than 50 cents away into ATH. Less than 50 cents away. IW continues to push. Dow continues to push. Inside on the 15 on SPY and the Qs. See if we have one more drop. One more drop, we'll get stopped out. So one DTEs, give us a little more time to really let it play out. MU, if it's 5-10 year investment, or trying to build a long-term position, dollar cost average, instead of trying to time the best price, right? Time in the position will always beat time in the price. So now, here we go, another 5-minute candle. So it breaks above that 690.98. That continues the upside. Of course, I want this support to break. Want us to break back below 690.73. Can it do it? VIX is still holding up. We're still within that risk threshold. Getting close to getting stopped out. The IWM still has that strength. The Qs are inside, SPY's inside. The Dow just can't stop making all-time highs. The Dow continues to make all-time highs. Okay, let's see this 15-minute candle. 3 minutes left. Okay, we're starting to see a nice push to the upside on the VIX. That position is update down 7%, down 7-8%. Okay. If we break above that 690.98, we continue. So it's getting tight. It's getting tight. What are we thinking? You guys think we continue to push? Is this it? That final run into all-time highs? Right at the end of the Santa Claus rally window. So yesterday was the official last day. All-time highs are right over here. They're right over there. Keeping a close eye on the Qs here. Okay, SPY starting to pick up some steam here. Starting to pick up some steam. Okay, almost going to get stopped out here. Stop is all the way at these highs. Down 10, 11%, 12%. Rally rest of the day. That's what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like. See if you want more drop. One more drop. So it looks like another stop out. So 4 trades so far. 5. This is the 5th trade. 0 for 4. About to be 0 for 5. What needs to remain true is the VIX needs to stay where it is. And the SPY needs to get below 690.88. Gets below here. That'd be great. Adventure arcs below here. Then starts to really put a dent on this support. Trendline support. So the 2 laggards at this particular point are the Qs and SPY. So the Qs and SPY, the Dow and IW are running. Dow and IW are running. Right. Counter trend trading in this case. Okay, let's see what takes place. If the Dow starts to fade, IW starts to fade, that would be great. VIX is still doing what we want, but we're getting close to getting stopped out. 691.10 is at risk. It's a 1-to-1, right? It's a 1-to-1. The EMAs are starting to catch up, so we need this thing to start working its way back that support. Down about 9%, give or take. And we know what kind of formation that is. This formation, if it does break this resistance, it can lead to another leg higher. So this support test needs to break down. Okay, that's the best bet. All right. So if you did take this, manage accordingly. Okay, know where your defined risk is. We did see a little bit of green initially, not enough for me to take any profits. No double digits. It is a 1 DTE, so sit in the position a little longer. Right, we're buying a little bit of time with the 1 DTE. Okay, I like how the Qs are starting to give some of that back. The VIX continues to show that strength. Now, moment of truth. We need to break this support. Let me move this to the side here. So this support needs to be broken. We need a lower low. We need a lower low. Okay, lower low is mandatory here. New 15-minute candle here as well. New hourly candle. New 30-minute candle. New 10-minute candle. Yeah, Bitcoin is looking to get to 191K. Thank you for the update, CN. If it uses this as support, if you're long, you're just riding this trend line. All right? You're riding this trend line. You're catching that last leg of the move. So the moment of truth is here. We got that inside candle. Moment of truth is there. We break above those highs, there's a good chance we continue. Break below those lows, there's a good chance we can potentially reverse. In my case, I want to break below those lows before those highs. Moment of truth. So if you're long here in pursuit of that last little piece, all right, into ATH, okay, you know this would be your risk. What your desired outcome is, of course, 691.04. Okay. Okay, go. See if we can get this back to break even. Getting close back to break even. Okay, there we go. Now get some follow through. Follow through is mandatory. We can't discount the fact that we do have some EMAs upcoming, waves upcoming there. So in this case, we need the rest of the indexes to continue to sell off. All right. So keep in mind those EMAs are coming up. So did see a little bit of drawdown. All accounted for. VIX continues to go north. I'll keep my risk the same. If you don't believe it's going to take place, you can cut the position if you're in a position. It's only down 2%. Right? I like the position where it is currently. Now I'm going to use this in my favor. I want price to stay below this here, not reclaim it. I do know that the price has been respecting these highs. So I want another attempt at these highs. I want us to come to these highs, give another attempt, just an opportunity. If we can drive price into these highs, okay, and if buyers don't step in, that opens the door back to 690. So first things first, let's see if we can drive price into these highs here. Even if it turns out to be a bounce, that's fine, but just get here. Because that gives us an opportunity for potential sellers to continue to sell it, no buyers stepping in and push to down here. All right. No, stop didn't get hit, so stop was all the way here. 691.10. All right. 691.10. Still in the position. Okay, we can't discount the fact ATH is right there. Right, so we can't discount that fact. And we're bouncing close to that first wave. Okay, keep in mind we have a new top of the hour candle. So I want us to come here and then slice right through it. That's going to get the position double digits. 20, 30, 40%. Just an opportunity to see what takes place here. Just an opportunity. Okay, now we don't want buyers to step in off of here. We don't want this to turn to support. We want the sellers to dominate that level. If you're a buyer, you're trying to filter out, hey, you know what? Is this an area where I can engage for potential bounce into the all-time high? All right, so I like how the VIX continues to push. The VIX needs to get above this 1488. So don't start slowing down now. Okay, don't start slowing down now. Position is now green. We are testing that 9 EMA on the 5. I want to make you aware of that. We are in an uptrend. This is counter trend trading. So manage the position accordingly. Okay, so now we know this. We can't get a response here, but we don't want this response to turn into a bounce. Now we want the sellers to start piling in. So keep a close eye on your level 2 and time and sale at this particular time. Time and sale level 2, you want to start speeding up. Okay, there's a few markers you want to pay attention to at that particular time. If we fail to hold this is the last line in the sand, all right, for the bulls currently. They had this uptrend that was working in their favor. We broke structure. If they can't hold this, that's going to reset them all the way back to this territory here. Okay, that's when our contract will start to work. All right. Okay, let's see if we get that continued push. The downside, like how the dollar is bouncing, we need the VIX to get above 1488. It can start to slow down, relatively stay green, stay where you are. I like how the Qs are selling off. Okay, I want the Dow to sell off as well. Okay, my moment of truth is right here. Moment of truth. Okay, there we go. Let's start rolling. Go, go, go. If you did take this, manage accordingly. If you took it with zeros, you should be up double digits already. All right, TP where you need to. TP where you need to. We are testing the 5 minute. Okay, 5 minute. We are testing that. POCs right there as well, 690.52. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my risk here slightly. Just close out the risk a little bit to these highs. So don't take out those highs. All right, so buyers are stepping in. We're going hammer. So slightly adjust that risk. Ideally stay below. Stay below here. If we can't respect that sell block here, then I'll just close out for a small loss. All right, so what I wanted here is we know that the buyers can try to step up here. They stepped in. So we don't want it to be enough to shift this entire structure. All right, there's a reasonable bounce. There's a reasonable area to go long. You have the 5 minute waves, the EMA. If we close above here, I'll just close out. So I did see some green. Nothing enough to lock in profits. No double digits. If you took it with zeros, you did see double digits. It feels like I've been in this trade forever. It feels like I've been in this trade forever. And you don't take that bounce. At 2 p.m. Keep in mind, 2 p.m. we do have the president speaking. All right. did adjust the risk. Just adjust it to there. Down 3, down 4, down 5. I want that sell block to hold up. Sell block hold up. So if I'm looking to go long, this is a great area. This is a good area to go long, right? There's a technical level. It's gonna go along up there. Reasonable to think that here. As far as 15-minute candle is concerned, so in this case, we do not want this thing to go engulfing. We don't want this 15-minute candle to get above this high. Okay, that is going to be very bullish. Okay, that exact level is up here. That's where our risk is. Okay, so no surprise, those things are lining up. So 15-minute, we are directional to the downside, failing to hold enforcement, aka wicking. Okay. I've been holding this position for 11:48. Okay. Break above these highs, it's going to turn to a breakout, and I'll just get them validated. Down 6. So the bulls got refueled off of that bounce. Nice hammer on the 5. Starting to look bullish. We're starting to see the VIX starting to fade. It's midday. Midday action. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. I'll cut it right there. Okay. For 8. So stopped out there. Did see a little bit of green. Just not my day today. The ideas much better than the execution. I just felt like I'm on the wrong side of the trade today, or just a little late to the party. A little late, a little too early. We'll look to make the proper adjustments going to tomorrow. And that'll be it. So 0 for 5. Haven't been over 5 in a long time. But let's see how we bounce back tomorrow. We'll look to bounce back strong. All right. What matters is how well do you bounce back. So sometimes you're going to go through those dry spells. It can be intraday. It could be a couple of days. But what's more important is how quickly can you bounce back. So tomorrow I have a new opportunity to do it. 0 for 5. I already hit my max losses for the day. So we'll be done. All right, that was the last trade. Did see a little bit of green. I think it was just a couple of mis-setups. You can never blame the market. I never blame the market. It's more of being there for the opportunities. If we go back and check, the market gave us the opportunities, or it gave me the opportunities. All right, it gave the opportunities. I think a lot of it, looking back in hindsight, I think a lot of it was fueled by here. Right? The fact that this got away from me led to maybe just kind of threw off the a day. So moving forward, again, it's very important to make that assessment during this time and let what happened here stay here. So maybe I let that linger a little bit into the rest of the area, but nothing too consequential, right? But they were all trades I would take regularly. They just didn't work out. But the more what it is just the missed setups, right? So it's not the ones you did take, it's the ones that you didn't take. The ones you do take, you took. You just manage. Right, but the ones you chose to take and the ones you failed to take, that's that comes down to execution. Right? That comes down to execution. Most of the time, I'm not usually trading at 937, right? So just letting it play out, letting it come into my territory, letting it come into that key level, letting price action combination show itself. We were fairly quick on identifying that downward compression. Maybe got a little excited. Takes off. All right, takes off. No real pullback. We talked about that potential breakdown taking place, but eventually decided to go long here off that level, which I do like that idea. But again, just waiting a little bit. Can maybe filter out that opportunity, save you some. But if you do engage, if you do execute, if you do define that risk, all you can do is manage. And then it starts to sell off, an opportunity there to the downside. And then we grab these lows, take out those highs. And then, of course, the best opportunity of the day was this one right here. Okay? And then the last trade was the one here for the shorts. All right, so most of the trades, all three of them here, there was not a lot of green. Just straight stop outs. All right, so, and eventually this gets stopped out. All right, so if you're long, if you're looking to go long, this was the idea. So two things on my end. Execution, improve the execution, the quality of the execution. Be more in sync with the market. Be more present. Right, and just letting what happened here stay there. Right, so I let it linger. If I'm going to be honest, I let it linger a little bit. Okay, so that's probably the cause of 0-5. So tomorrow we come back. Tomorrow's a new day. We'll look to take advantage of the best opportunity. That's all we can do. Okay, that's why we have stops. Absolutely. So the main thing is, even that when you are getting frustrated, that's what the stops are there for. So the one thing I can't compromise on, as much as I want to be right, I can't compromise on adjusting my stop to trying to be right. Okay? Can't adjust those stops in attempt of being right. Okay, when you're wrong, you're wrong. So here, to get that drop, I want a price to come to this territory, knowing that we can bounce. I want to see if we can slice right under it, buyer step in. I give it into the sell block. We violate that. We know what's coming up. So at this point, if I'm still holding on to it, this is starting to look bullish, then it's almost like, you know what? You know what's coming up. You choose not to close out. You now have to deal with the consequences. Okay? Okay, so we'll have the coverage at 2 p.m., but I'll be done for the day. So I'll continue to provide that commentary. Commentary has been spot on. Analysis spot on. Execution could be better. All right, so that's been the day today. That's been the day. I'll put up the poll in the chat. Absolutely, Gary. The team did phenomenal. So this is why it's so important to have the ability to have your setups. Right, so you can see the team did phenomenal. It was just, I was the laggard today. Let's see, let's highlight some members trying to pay. Okay, Gary got himself back to break even and eventually green. A nice job there, Joe, on that last break above that level. Reclaim a VWAP, 15%, 41%, great job. 4 for 6. What else? Carla on the future side, great job. Hero. Runner 100% for thesis. Look at that, guys. So 38, 35%. Good, good, good. Oh, the January chat is that's in the Discord. All right, so that's in the Discord. Okay. January chat is in the Discord. And you don't take that bounce, by the way. That bounce was right there. Let's take a look at the 15. You can see it went. So if you're playing that third leg, that last little piece into ATH, you're good to go. You are good to go. You have the January chat here. So this is, you have to be in the Spy Striker Discord. So in the free chat, you have in the free tier, you have the free chat. All right, you have a few of the resources. Those come absolutely for free. And this is for the paid tier. So if you did join the Discord today, make sure to follow the link in the description. Follow the link in on Gumroad and join, and you have access to it. Okay, and let's do the poll. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll have the coverage at 2 p.m. of the president speaking. You'll see what takes place there. Okay, answer the poll question if you're done. Nice grab of those highs. So we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere so far. We know all-time highs are right there. That's going to be a tease for the remainder of the day. All right. The only technical level that we do have, right, or key zone that we do have is down here. All right. So do we have enough fuel to make it to ATH? We did make a nice run, bounce off of those highs from the shift. We traded as support multiple times. Okay, we've done it multiple times. See if we can continue to do that. And let's see if we make that push into ATH. So I'll end that poll, and that next poll will be to make ATH by the end of the day. Okay, so 45 votes, 84% of you use those 0 DTEs. 84% use those 0 DTEs. So you definitely want to be in our group. That's what we trade primarily. You can use other contracts, but zeros is the sweet spot. Okay. Do we make an all-time high on SPY today? Simple yes, no. Answer the poll question. I think we can do it. I think we can make that all-time high today. Starting to stall here. So this kind of just gets adjusted to look like this. Still didn't take out the most relevant lows. We got these lows, we got those highs, we got those highs, and then we're starting to form that channel. So you can see how the channel starts to, how the chart channel is born, okay? The birth of a channel. let's see if we can use that channel as our path to ATH. If we can, ATH could be on the table between possibly 130 and 230 in this shift. If we continue to use the integrity of this channel, okay, we can maybe the end of this upcoming shift. Okay, what the big thing is, of course, the president will be speaking at 2 o'clock. Let's see what kind of reaction we do get. I'm done for the day. 5 trades, 5 stop outs. We kind of broke down the ideas. Okay, so the initial idea here, looking for that nice little push, continued push. And then the initial idea here, hold that support. Couldn't get that hold, stopped out. Here as well, couldn't get that follow through, downside, stopped out. And this last one here stopped out as well. So all double-digit stops. So if we break this all-time high, if we get above that ATH, you know what happens, guys? Now everything on the higher time frame becomes directional. So we're directional on the weekly already. We're directional on the monthly. We're inside on the month, inside on the quarter. Now everything, this yearly candle, continues to push. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. On the other side of the break, we will have the coverage of the president's speech. I'm not sure what it pertains, but we'll go over it here shortly. Let me look it up, actually. Okay. And let's see how that impacts the market. So the stage is set. All right, they're handing the market over. Okay, right near those all-time highs. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back shortly.
Makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37.
Okay. So it looks like I'm going to have to end this stream a little early, guys. Okay, got a phone call. Got to go take care of something. But as far as catalysts, go pay attention to the Trump's 2 o'clock speech. That might impact the market. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. If you want to join the Discord, all the details are available pinned in the description. Okay, so any questions, let me know. We're going to wrap it up here. I got to go take care of something. As always, guys, thank you for tuning in. Make sure to like the video on your way out. See you guys tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. For those of you who are first-time viewers, continue to pay attention, continue to watch, continue to learn. The ones who've been paying attention for some time, 3 to 5 episodes, join our community. Okay, I'll see you guys on the other side. Have a great rest of your day. Stay safe, and God bless. And tomorrow, we're looking to bounce back, okay? So make sure to tune in tomorrow as we follow the blueprint on how to properly bounce back and how to properly navigate and work our way back out of the red day. All right? So thank you very much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. God bless.
Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, overanalyzing trades, and still
Any,
ending the day with
questions,
inconsistent
strikers?
results?
Any questions?
You're
let me
not
know.
alone. That's
I gotta
exactly
go
why
take
the
care of
Spy
something.
Strikers
Something
Trading
came
Mentorship Discord community was
up.
created.
Emergency, so
Here,
I gotta go
you can
take care
trade
of
just
that.
one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get day trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and
If
sell
not, we'll wrap it
zones,
up here.
over 4-hour free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and
no
indicators.
questions, we'll wrap it up.
This isn't a signal
Thank
service.
you for tuning in. Stay safe, guys.
It's a community focused on
Hopefully you found
process over
value.
profits, giving you all the
And God bless
resources,
each one of you.
guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.